Good morning, committee and members of the audience. It is 9:07 according to my watch, and my agenda says 9 o'clock, so I think we've had enough Senate time elapse, and so it's probably time to go to work considering the full agenda that we have. What I'd like to start out with is introductions. Representative Neighbor, would you start and give us your name and your district?
Representative Cindy Neighbor, 18th District, which is in Shawnee, Johnson County.
Jim Kelly, 11th District, which is in Montgomery County.
I'm Senator Jeff Longbine. I represent the 17th District, which is all of Lyon County, most of Gary County, and a little bit of Wabaunsee and Pottawatomie County.
Stephen Johnson, District 108, which was formerly in Central Kansas.
Senator Mike Fagg, representing District 14, which is 10 counties directly east of Wichita.
Representative Reese Shue, House District 25, which is northeast Johnson County.
Senator Brenton Dietrich, District 20, which is primarily southwest Shawnee County and a little piece of Wabaunsee County.
Rep. Sean Tarwater, District 27, Southeast Johnson County. Thanks.
Jesse, we're going to let you go last.
Okay, good morning. The 52nd House District, which is Southwest Shawnee County and Topeka here.
Thank you all for that. We're going to start with an overview of the Capers retirement legislation that was considered during the 22 session. David, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. For Capers legislation that was introduced and considered during the 22 session, there were 3 bills that were related to Capers issues or pensions issues that were enacted into law. The first was House Bill 2481. This authorized a KP&F participating service credit purchase for certain in-state non-federal governmental employments. The bill authorized on and after July 1st of this year. A member of the Kansas Police and Firemen's Retirement System, or KP&F, who was previously employed in in-state non-federal governmental employment, could purchase KP&F service credit for such employment. The member would have to submit proof of that non-federal governmental employment to the retirement system in a manner acceptable to the board, and the member could either elect to have additional employer contributions deducted from their compensation until they fully paid off that service credit, or they can do a lump sum purchase. Capers members had already had the ability to purchase service credit for in-state non-federal governmental employment. So this just kind of aligned KP&F and Capers in the service credit purchase arena. The second bill was, there was a substitute for Senate Bill 450. The Capers piece of this was actually a part of a larger state surplus property bill. The Capers portion, it just the bill removed the requirement that 80% of the proceeds from the sale of state surplus real estate be credited to the Capers Trust Fund to be applied for the payment of the unfunded intellectual liability of the state and school group. Under the bill, the full amount of the proceeds from any sale of state surplus real estate would be credited to the surplus real estate fund or the appropriate special remedy fund of the state agency that owned the real estate. Under prior law, the agency would only receive 20%, with the remaining going to Capers. That crediting to Capers, that was enacted first in 2012. Prior to 2012 legislation, that 80% was to the state general fund. But now, after the bill, all of that remains with the state agency. And then the last bill was a kind of a Capers funding piece, Senate Bill 421. This was a transfer of a total of $1.125 billion from the state general fund to the Capers Trust Fund over the course of fiscal year 2022 and 2023. So there was the total amount was $1.125 billion, but there's divided across 4 transfers. The first transfer is on the effective date of the bill, which was in May of 2022, in the amount of $553,866,022. with the first $253 million of that transfer was for the full payment of reduced employer contributions that occurred in fiscal year 2017 and 2019. There was a second transfer of $300 million on June 1st of 2022, a third transfer of $146 million on August 1st, and then a final transfer of $125 million, which was scheduled that occurred yesterday, December 1st. The bill did contain language allowing the State Finance Council to stop the either or both of those fiscal 23 transfers. However, the State Finance Council took no action to stop the transfers, so they should have just occurred as written in the bill. The bill also amended KSA 744920, that's the Keepers Employer Contribution Statute, to strike language that required additional level dollar contribution payments over 20 years to pay the actuarial cost of the reduction of employer contributions in fiscal year 2017 and 2019. This was the Keepers layering payments, as they've been described. Those, with the full payments from that first transfer, that language is no longer needed. You don't need those 20-year payments. They got accelerated and paid in full. So that language is eliminated from the statute. And then the results for several other bills in 2022 that had some sort of legislative consideration, be a hearing or some committee action. The first was House Bill 2509. This was expanded the Deferred Retirement Option Program, or DROP, to all KPNF members under current law. A DROP participant can only be a trooper, examiner, officer of the Kansas Highway Patrol, or an agent of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. The bill would have just allowed for any KPNF member to participate in DROP. The House Insurance and Pensions Committee did hold a hearing on House Bill 2509, but no action was taken and the bill died in committee. The next couple of bills dealt with the working after retirement topic. House Bill 2593, this would have established a Keepers working after retirement exception for a limited period ending June 30th, 2024. During such period, a school district would be able to hire an eligible retired school employee or other professional employees required to hold a teacher's or school administrator certificate if such employee is not hired prior to 60 days after such employee's retirement date and without a prearranged agreement. The 60-day waiting period would be regardless of age, unlike under current law where there's it's either 60 if somebody retired at age 62 or later, or it's a 180-day waiting period if you're retired prior to age 62. This would just set up for that window of time, would just been a blanket 60-day waiting period is all that would have been required. The bill also reduced the required employer contribution rate when hiring such retirements to the statutory employer contribution rate for all compensation earned by a retired in the calendar year. Current law requires the employer to contribute at the statutory rate on the first $25,000 of compensation, and then there's that 30% surcharge on all compensation above $25,000. So this would have just said statutory rate for everybody during that time. There was the House Insurance and Pensions Committee did have a hearing. No action was taken on this particular bill, and the bill died in committee. The second working after retirement bill was House Bill 2639. As introduced, the bill would have established an exception for a limited period of basically 1 year, ending June 30, 2023. And this would have had a 30-day waiting period for all Keepers, retirements, not just school employees. And then it would have been regardless of age. They wouldn't have had that 62 cutoff. And the House Insurance and Pensions Committee did hold a hearing on this bill as well. And then on March 18, 2022, the committee amended the bill to raise the compensation threshold from that $25,000 to $27,500 before you would hit the 30% surcharge. They did reinstate the 60 or 180-day waiting period, just kept the current law on that, but then also added language providing that if a participating employer hires a retirement who had been retired for 1 year or longer, that participating employer would only have to pay the statutory employer contribution rate for such retirement. So they wouldn't have to pay the 30%. It would only be that statutory rate, which is a little over 13% or so right now. So that bill did advance out of committee, but it died on the House calendar. The next bill was House Bill 2612. This would have authorized a self-funded cost of living adjustment, or COLA, retirement benefit option for certain members of CAPERS. This would have been an option for CAPERS 1 and 2 members. They would have been allowed to choose to receive a self-funded cost of living adjustment where the retirement benefit would initially be reduced in accordance with actual factors established by the CAPERS board, and thereafter the retirement benefit would increase by a fixed percentage over time, and then those fixed percentages could be established by the board and selected by the member. Under the CAPERS 3 cash balance plan, CAPERS 3 members do currently have this optional self-funded COLA feature as part of their plan design, so this would just made it across the board for all CAPERS tiers. There was a hearing on the bill in the House Insurance and Pensions Committee, but no action was taken, and the bill died in committee. And then finally, they had Senate Bill 553. This was the Kansas Thrift Savings Plan Act. This would be a defined contribution retirement plan consisting of mandatory employer contribution, rollover, and deferred compensation accounts and it would have applied to new employees hired on and after July 1st of 2024. This bill had a hearing in Senate Assessment and Taxation Committee. And on March 31st of 2022, the committee amended the bill to include as an investment option for those thrift savings plan members an investment fund that would mirror or is similar to the investment portfolio of the CAPERS defined benefit plan as an option for those members to choose to invest their contributions. But the bill died on Senate General Orders. And then just for kind of reference and information, there were a few other bills that were introduced but didn't have any particular action during the 22 session. The first couple that were, again, cost of living adjustment or COLA bills, House Bill 2583 with a companion Senate Bill 401 would have been an annual cost of living adjustment tied to the Consumer Price Index and some investment return criteria. The second was House Bill 2584 with a companion Senate Bill 402. This would have been just the ad hoc COLAs that have been done in the past with just a one-time COLA that would adjust the benefit going forward, but only just in that manner. And then there's also House Bill 2742. This was the post-retirement dividend payment to certain retirants, and then appropriations were made in that bill to pay the cost of that payment. This would also be known as the 13th check, where the members would get their normal kind of 12 monthly benefit and then have this additional payment made as well. It was just a one-time 13th check. Then the next couple of bills on the list here were bills that have come up in prior sessions as well about membership in the KPNF retirement system for security officers of the Department of Corrections and certain law enforcement officers, employees of the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. I would point out also 2470 dealt specifically with the KPNF membership for security officers of corrections officers. But this had also allowed for service credit purchases of previous CAPERS service for the purpose of calculating KPNF benefits for those folks. And then finally, there was also a bill introduced, Senate Bill 518. This would have been kind of a CAPERS divestment bill to require the CAPERS board to divest from any investments with entities boycotting energy companies and prohibiting state contracts with the companies that were also engaged in boycotts of energy companies. I know that was kind of a whirlwind overview, Mr. Chairman, but I'd happy to stand for any questions.
David, thank you very much. Committee, are there any questions of David? I see none. Thank you. We will now turn our attention to an update on the CAPERS 2021 actuarial evaluation and update on pension obligation bonds. Mr. Conroy, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glad to be here. And oh, what a difference a few weeks or months makes in terms of the market. So I'll start off by saying this annual actuarial evaluation, and we'll talk about it, but it's really a snapshot, and it happens to be, and it's done annually, and it's at the end of the calendar year. So it's where the market was, where Capers was last, December 31st. And of course, fast forward, and you'll hear more about the more current investment status of Capers, I think this afternoon, and of course, certainly be glad to respond to those questions whenever. But so this is the annual actual evaluation. Jared Waltner, our our planning and research officer here, as is Trustee Ernie Claudel, is also here today, and certainly welcome him. So just, and you've got I think the notebook there in front of you. Of course, as you all know very well, Capers only exists, there on slide 2. It's only for one purpose, and that's to serve our members. So everything we do is that statutory charge, our investments, management, it's what's the best thing, and that's the fiduciary responsibility that the board has, that the staff has, and so that's the overarching responsibility of being a fiduciary, and with that then has all those legal, moral, ethical responsibilities for the trustees and the staff. Capers touches lots of lives, as you know. There's the 3 plans: regular Capers, state, school, local, the police and fire, public safety, and then the judges' retirement system. We have lots of employers. Over 1,500 employers are affiliated with Capers. State of Kansas, all the counties, almost all the cities. The city of Wichita would be the best example. It's not part of Capers, large enough where they have their own retirement plan. But then you go on down the list: community colleges, those special purpose districts, public hospitals, conservation districts, drainage districts, townships, and on down, public libraries, on down the list. We're governed on slide 3 there. Of course, just to remind you that 9-member board of trustees. Trustee Claudel is one of those, 4 appointed by the governor, 1 appointed by the president of the Senate, 1 by the Speaker of the House. 2 members are elected by the membership, 1 on the school side, 1 on the non-school side, and then the state treasurer, by virtue of that office, is also a trustee. On slide 4 then, the chair would ask us to kind of talk about the annual actuarial evaluation. So there's those system statistics that are part of that, the current funded status and the funding projections, again, as you'll hear, but again, that's as of December 31st of 2021, the impact of the legislative actions, and then how we're doing on employer contributions. So on slide 5 then, again, just that value, it's that annual, it's a required statutory requirement, but it's that annual actuarial valuation, which really just, and there's lots of moving parts to it, but it really is just a measurements of what are the assets and what are the liabilities on that last day of the calendar year. And then the actuary takes that information, does the best estimate in terms of what's going to be the projected future benefits using the actuarial assumptions as set by the board, calculate the present value of those future benefits, that's the cost in today's dollars, and then applying the cost method to allocate benefit costs to the periods of service. So all that valuation is done then, and it gives the board then the information to set the employer contribution rates going forward. And so by statute then, there's a lag between the information that the board receives. So for in this case, that 21 valuation, it is used then to set the contribution rates for fiscal year 2025 for the state and school employers, and then calendar year 2024. And then also if there's legislative changes, as David just shared with you, for example, last session, so if there's bills introduced, updated, the fiscal notes, whatever, this valuation then is the basis to calculate any cost studies for the 2023 sessions. Slide 6 then, the valuation, what were sort of the key findings? And of course, one is that all the groups remained at the full actuarial required contribution rate by the employers. And of course, that's key, and probably, in the grand scheme of the long horizon of pension funding, that may be one of the most important. It's those consistent contributions year after year at that actuarially required rate. You may remember the history if we talk about the unfunded actuarial liability, 24, 25 years in a row there was for quite a while. The actuary, would say the rate should be at this level. The legislature, policymakers would say thank you, but for policy reasons, we're going to set it down lower. That difference, that shortfall then didn't go away. It rolled to that unfunded actuarial liability, and in fact is still the largest single factor that makes up that unfunded actuarial liability. So now I think we're in the fourth, fifth year of employers paying that actuarially required rate, and that's so important, and that's really reflects really all the heavy lifting that policymakers have done to strengthen the funding position of KPERS, and that's just can't be emphasized, I guess. As we look to the net investment returns on that calendar year basis, a positive 15.7% on the market value due to smoothing, and we'll talk more. It's an actuarial valuation of the assets, positive 10.9%. And I'll just pause there. In most of these presentations, I didn't have to always say positive. It went without saying that if I said 15% or 10%, it was always a positive number in terms of investments. These days, unfortunately, as you'll hear more, we're going to have to qualify whether it's positive or negative. And of course, there was a lot of discussion last session, the board on the actuarial assumed rate of return. It had been 7.75% for, of course, quite a number of years. The board ultimately, and it's what it is, a delegated authority by the legislature to the board to set that assumed actuarial investment rate of return. And the board decided to lower it from 7.75. The KPERS plan was the lone standing person in terms of our public pension plans. We were the highest out of all of 100 and some plus, because some states have separate plans, so you get past 50. But we were the highest at 7.75. The board decided to reduce that 7%, and so it's 0.75%. You may not think, that's not necessarily a big change, but when you're talking about $25 billion, and you're looking out over 30 or 40 or 50 years, that 0.75% interest does have a significant difference. And that changed then in terms of when the actuary calculated the liabilities of the system, that added $2.7 billion with a B to the funded liability. So the overall unfunded actuarial liability increased from $8.5 billion in last year's valuation to $9.8 billion. And of course, there were some positive things going the other way in terms of offsetting that negative $2.7 billion. The overall funded ratio, and that's just the gauge of assets to liabilities. The old, if you're below 60%, you're in danger territory. The red lights are flashing. If you're between 60 and 80, you're still in a cautionary period, but you're presumably headed in the right direction. And you really want to be above 80% on your way to 100%. And of course, that's the goal, to be at 100% funded. And there are public pension plans out there that are at 100% or slightly over that. So the funded ratio declined slightly. It was 72.5 in the valuation before the 2020 valuation. Now in the 2021 valuation, it was 7.66%. And of course, last session, the legislature, and David had mentioned it, authorized funding of $1.125 billion, also with a B, of additional funding to help address the unfunded actuarial liability. And as I think he had mentioned, there were some layering payments for some missed employer contributions that were being paid off over 20 years, and that that note, in effect, was paid off as part of that 1.125 billion. And as it turns out, policymakers, you all were very wise in terms of giving us that money in chunks. And I think our Chief Investment Officer will be here this afternoon, is certainly prepared to discuss that. But the timing of it, I think, helped in terms of when that money sort of entered into the market. But certainly, and the last, what a great way to start off the month of December 1st, that last payment of $125 million came to the Capers Trust Fund yesterday from the Treasury, which is the last payment under Senate Bill 421. So the trust funds received the full $1.125 billion. It wasn't included, of course, in the assets, because the assets, again, are the assets on that snapshot date, December 31st. So we hadn't gotten it yet, but it is factored, since it was the law, factored into the funding projections that you'll hear about. So those are probably the key findings from the valuation, that in terms of sort of takeaway points. Certainly, some important, I think, progress there. As we look to slide 7, then, and that gets us to those.
Alan?
I'm sorry. Yes.
If I can, could you give us an idea of what the funded ratio would have been without the interest rate assumption reduction?
Yes, we do have that, and the board had looked at that. And I don't know whether Jared can dig that out quick enough. We may have to.
We've been close to 80?
I believe we would have been 79. I think it was. Yeah, we'll have to look. It was real close, 79, 80%. I think.
That rate assumption reduction cost us about 8%.
Well, and I guess we can talk about it too. When the board made the decision to go to from 7.75 to 7, they set some guardrails to make sure, one, they wanted to make sure the funded ratio did not go below 70%. They also wanted to make sure that, there's this statutory cap that the employer contribution rate can't go up more than 1.2% from one year to the next. So that could limit those required employer contributions. They did not want to trigger that. And then, of course, they adjusted the amortization schedule too, as kind of, so anyway, but yes, we would have been 78, 79%, I'm thinking. And so we ended up at 71, 72%.
Thank you. Senator Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, good morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions, so I'm tracking with you here. This is my first time on the committee, but I find this stuff fascinating, so I'm going to ask you dumb questions, at least a couple this morning. But just so you were talking about how you said like Kansas or Capers, the 7.75 was one of the highest. And so the decision made to lower to 7%. How does that new 7% return assumption, how does that now compare to other entities across the nation? And are we where we should be?
Yeah, very, very good question. Really kind of in the industry, public pension plan, probably for 15 years, it had been at 8%. And then as I guess some of the investment experts were concerned about whether or not that was a reasonable, sustainable amount to go out. So most of the plans had started to reduce their assumed rate of return. And now that average that was at 8% for several decades, now it's right at 7%, I think 6.99%. So it's right at 7, although I would say there's still a lot of movement where plans that had reduced it have gone maybe from 8 to 7.5, and now it's 7.25, and now they're at 6.75, and so the movement in terms of the industry, it's continuing to go below. I think the median right now is basically 7%, but I'm thinking it's headed probably to below 7% here in the next couple of years.
Just a couple quick follow-ups, Mr. Chairman. So just as part of that 7% assumption or whatever, I assume that the old 8% or whatever is based upon a more traditional, portfolio basket of goods or whatever, basically so much in stocks, maybe 60%, so much in bonds or whatever types of fixed interest bearing securities. I assume that the underlying assumptions of that market basket of securities and their individual returns has been changing over time. I would assume the fixed instruments returns are probably going down. And so that's affecting some, or can you talk about that at all?
Right, and you'll hear more about that this afternoon, but also, and of course, we have some statutory provisions in terms of what the trust fund, no more than 60% in equities. And right now, we're about a quarter in U.S. equities, a quarter in international equities. And being a large institutional investor, of course, then, we've got bonds, we've got infrastructure, we've got timber, we've got alternative investments, private equity. It's a well-diversified fund. But in terms of just U.S. equities, we're around 23, 24, 25% of the portfolio is just in U.S. equities.
Okay, and then just a final question, your bottom bullet here, just so I understand, as that 1.125 billion gets actually dispersed into in actually making investments out there as the fund does that, I assume that as those introductions or those acquisitions are made, then that starts to bump up the funded ratio.
Well, and the funded ratio, that's right, assets to liabilities. The board also does, of course, an asset liability study. Every 3 years, they look at that mix between those different asset classes, those different buckets, to see where we are. Are we on track? Are we overweighted, underweighted? And of course, that can get adjusted during the year. But the asset liability is a 3-year period, kind of like the valuation, where we stop and say, okay, what is our current asset liability? And based on what we know now, should that be adjusted, of course, within the provisions of the statutory law? But yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell us what our return has been over the last 10 or 15 years?
Yes, and there it's positive. On slide 9 is a little chart there, and this is looking at fiscal year basis. So this pulls it forward a little bit through June 30th. But there you see for the last 1 year, it was a negative 4.7. But then if you look 3 years, 5 years, both positive 7%, 10-year 8.5%, 25-year positive 7.3%.
Okay, so the 10-year and the 25-year also have that 1 year in those numbers. Okay. You had said that you didn't want that when you adjusted the assumption down, that you didn't want to go lower than 7% because it would put us under 70% funded, and then you didn't want it also to trigger higher contributions or something along those lines. What do those two things have to do with what the assumptions of a return on investment, when aren't we supposed to really look at what the actual investment is going to return rather than worry about if we guess that number right, that it triggers other things?
Right, good point. And I think that's one of those factors, though, came in when the board was trying to decide, what was the most feasible going forward. I think they're always concerned about that funded ratio, assets to liabilities. So I think they certainly keep an eye on that. I think also, again, with all the heavy lifting in terms of being at that actuarially required rate, the additional bonds, the additional funding, I think the board wanted to take that into account as well. And so I think, there was pretty robust discussion over quite a few board meetings where they took all that into effect. Look, they heard from our investment consultants and took that, and ultimately, that 7% is where they ended up. But
So that wouldn't be an artificially high number because we're trying to avoid these other two triggers.
I do not believe so. I think the board felt comfortable that 7% was a reasonable one. And again, it's something they can look at every year if they wanted to. It's, you know.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go ahead and continue.
Thank you. Then switching on slide 7 then is just kind of that active membership data, which is all part of that annual evaluation. Again, about Capers touching lots of lives, you know, 152,000 active members ranging from age 16 to age 90. So again, we know there's a hardy person out there who is actively employed at age 90, and certainly, I'm sure, contributing and helping out their employer and the members or the clients that they serve. You know, there's 3 different groups in Capers, and of course, as a result of legislative action, Capers 1, there's about 51,000 there. Capers 2, it's a closed group. Both of those are closed groups. The latest one since 2015, then any new people that join have to be in Capers 3, and now that's the largest single group, which I think kind of reflects the turnover within the public sector. People coming and going, of course, some retiring, some leaving public service, but about 68,000 then since 2015 have joined Capers, joined public service, and now they're in Capers 3. And that's the first time that Capers 3 is now the largest group. The average Capers member has about 11 years of service, about $49,000 annual salary. KPNF member, different benefit structure, public safety, young vigorous workforce is kind of the goal of that. Again, about 11 years of service, a salary of about $74,000. And then judges have a 10 years of service, 10.1, with a salary of $117. And again, different plan design, but it assumes that a number of those judges, I think when it was designed, would be younger, start out in their legal career and have a private practice and then join the bench later in their public service career. But that was a decision that was made. And you can see in that pie chart of the active members, the school group is the largest group at about 58%. And again, just a reminder, the state pays the employer contribution for all of those 88,000 school employees as part of state aid to education.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you ever chart or track mortality rates within these different?
Yes, we do, and we've got those, and that's part of the valuation, the detail. But yes, but we do have it by groups, not by position, position groups. So we can't break out like teachers, but
Can you do it by tier?
yes, we can do it by 1, 2, and 3. We can do it by groups,
APF,
Capers. Yes, and we'd be glad to provide those to you.
Sounds a little morbid, but I would like to know that.
Yeah, and of course, as you may know, as a group, if you're looking at groups, the group that has the longest mortality happens to be female school teachers.
Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier
yeah, maybe not Tier 3.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we'll provide that to you. Glad to do that. On slide 8, then slices in, okay, so that was active. What's going on in terms of retired members, in terms of the valuation? Over 111,000 retirees and their beneficiaries. And those retirees range in age from 50 to 111. The beneficiaries then from 15 up to 110. And so that average retiree benefit for Capers is $16,800 per year, so about $1,400 a month. Of course, Capers is designed to be in conjunction with Social Security, so you'd add whatever Social Security. And of course, the Capers benefit is certainly impacted by how many years did the person work, what was their salary, because that final average salary calculation certainly factors in there. And then once they get ready to retire, they have the option to take a partial lump sum. So like KPERS 1 members could take up to 50% of that as they retired in a lump sum. And then the balance then would be paid, in a retirement benefit. So if a person elects that, then certainly that could impact their lifetime monthly benefit. Police and fire, there the retirement benefit's about $40,000 per year, so about $3,350 per month. There, since I mentioned Social Security, it depends. Some public safety officers are not covered by Social Security. For example, State Highway Patrol troopers and KBI agents. The decision back in the late 60s, early 70s was made to not affiliate those groups for Social Security. Other public safety groups could have Social Security coverage, or groups that have moved from regular KPERS to KPNF, if they had Social Security coverage when they're in regular KPERS, they still have Social Security coverage when they move to KPNF, because once you're in Social Security as a group, you don't get out. There's no exit door. So those groups remain in Social Security and could also have KPNF coverage. And then judges' retirement benefits about $47,000 per year, right at just below $4,000. Of these 111,000 retirees, about 88% of them remain in Kansas. And again, the breakdown in the pie chart, you can see over half of the KPERS retirees are KPERS school members. As you look to investments then at the high level on slide 9, most of the revenue comes from the trust fund. So in this valuation, 53% of it came from KPERS investments. Employer contributions were about a third, and then the balance came from member contributions. The annual actuarial evaluation measured on a calendar year basis, and that total return was 16.1% for 2021. And again, as I mentioned, if you look on the fiscal year, which that's what we use for our annual comprehensive financial report, it was a negative 4.7%. But again, as we talked, you can see the long-term 3 years, 5 years, 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years, it's been above 7%, and the 10 years actually above 8%. Slide 10 then just looks at those historical fiscal year returns, and I think there the message is what comes up, what comes down, but we hope it comes back up. And I think particularly if you see the downturn in 2001 and 2002, the big downturn in 2009, you can see the rebound. And so, this is looking since 1998, and you can see the percentages. That dotted line then is that assumed investment rate of return using the the current one, or 7.75, and then down to 7% in that last one. So, so you can see since 1998, there, in terms of fiscal year returns, there have been 5 years where the portfolios had a negative return, including the most recent fiscal year with that negative 4.77%. As we look to slide 11 then, we look to the development of the unfunded actuarial liability. Of course, again, it's the projection, that liability then is used to project future benefits using actuarial assumptions. Again, it's that calculation of future benefits in today's dollars, and then applying the cost method to allocate benefits to periods of service. And again, the actuarial valuation uses an average or a smooth value, not the market value, and we'll talk more about that in just a second. On slide 12 then is, so the total liabilities, grand total for the system on 12/31/21, $34.6 billion. The assets on that same date were 24.8, difference of $9.87 billion. So that's the unfunded actuarial liabilities. Slide 13 then just talks about, again, about the market value not being used directly in the valuation. Smoothing is just an actuarial methodology. It's the standard in the system. So you smooth, you take the earnings or the investment results and you smooth that out over 5 years. And it's done really just to provide more stability in the employer contribution rates. And so you don't have, particularly for cities and counties and the state, there's big swings up or down in that employer contribution rate. And so it tries to smooth that out. It takes the results of a year and spreads it out over five years to help address some of that volatility. And so as we are right now, you can see that chart on 13, the market value, and then compared to the actuarial value, that 24.8 versus about 26.7. So that smoothing, those deferred gains, $2.1 billion yet to be smoothed.
Senator Holland, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick one. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Al, just real quick, and if this is going to be addressed somewhere else, I'll just wait till then. But you have the unfunded actuarial liability calculation there on the bottom of slide 12, page 12. I guess one thing you could address a certain way, but I guess my question is that obviously Capers has been around a long time, and I'm wondering if you're seeing changes in the employees as far as their longevity with the state or their units of government. Is there anything like changing? Are you seeing more churn? Or I guess my question is participation rates or levels, is that at all changing in the recent past, and to what extent does that impact the actuarial liability? And if you want to back it off till later, that's fine, but I was just curious about
Yeah, no, I think part of it is that note on Capers 3 being the largest and how many new people have joined Capers since 2015 when it started, relatively short, 6-7 years. And I think that reflects in part a lot of people coming and going. I'm not sure it's actuarially significant at this point, but it is something the actuary watches, that turnover, because what happens, do people, are they staying, do they get vested, which for Capers 5 years, so then they're entitled to that lifetime benefit, or do they take their contributions out, of course, go do something else? And so all of that sort of churning, as you said, it is factored in, and it's something we watch, from year to year to look for trends in terms of length of service. Are they getting vested? Are they leaving before they get vested?
Are you seeing any trends? Just
I don't think anything significant at this point.
okay. Thank you.
On slide 14 then takes that smoothing that we're just talking about. So the market value on the calendar year, the net was 15.7%. If you smooth it, then it gets it down to 10.99%. And you can see then, so it's spread out over 5 years, so there's 20%. So the good or bad news in investment news in a particular year then is spread out 20% first year, second year. And so you can see if there's been a run of good years, which investment good years, that's of course good. And so that means in that actuarial sort of bank or reserve bank, there's over $2 billion of good investment returns yet to be recognized, a net number. Of course, 2018 was negative, but 2021, of course, was very strong. And 2020 and 2019 were also positive. So anyway, there's $2 billion yet to be recognized, to be factored in, to be smoothed out, to take the volatility or help tamp down the volatility on the employer contributions. So that's good news as we look to see where particularly we might end up for calendar year 2022. On slide 15 then is just that funded status. So 72.5 versus 71.6, unfunded actuarial liability going from 9.8 a year ago to the most recent valuation I'm sorry, went the other way, 8.5 up to 9.8. So that was that change of the increased liability. As we look of the increase in the liability, kind of how it's spread across the different groups, and certainly the change in lowering that assumed rate of return and adding that $2.7 billion certainly ripples through the unfunded liability by group. And so the state school group went up $1.8 billion, local went up about $500 million, police and fire a little over $300 million, and judges about $13 million. And of course, so we had very positive investment returns for the calendar year. And then, of course, there was the addition of $500 million from pension funding bonds that offset a portion of the increase in terms of that unfunded liability where things went the other way. As we look to slide 16, then it just kind of breaks it down. You can see the funded ratio by groups and those liabilities, the unfunded liabilities by group. The state at 78%, the school at 68.6%, but by statute it says when we set the employer contribution rate, the state group and the school group are put together and use a separate rate on employer contributions. And so there the funded ratios 70%, local 73, police and fire about 73, judges 95, and then the total for the entire system then 71.6, almost 72%. As we look at slide 17, just the factors that affected that liability. So again, just breaking it down. And here in this chart, having parentheses is a good thing, because that means it's reducing the end liability, so it's going the right way. If it's not, it's adding to it. And so you can see, the action to spread out the amortization. So there were 11 years remaining, and so there was an adjustment in that. I'm sorry, paying that down. And then the investment return, of course, very positive, $700 million there. The demographics, just some of the numbers of retirements, wage growth and so forth, retiree deaths, all that went slightly the other way, $100 million from an actuarial standpoint, and then the positive, the $500 million in bond proceeds were added, and then that assumption change, that 2.7. So all those pluses and minuses get you to the $9.8 billion. Again, that very first green bar where it shows that there was no adding to the unfunded liability because the employers are paying at the actuarially required rate. So there was no adjustment for that. On slide 18 then, are just as we look to employer contributions, again, the rates beginning for fiscal year in 2024, which is fiscal year 2025 for the state, calendar year 2024 for the locals. So that state school combined rate in 2025, it's equal to that actuarially required rate. It's 11.42% for the fifth consecutive valuation at that actuarially required contribution rate. That state school statutory employer contribution rate, again, reached it for the first time in the 2017 valuation, which was fiscal year 2021, and it had been 24 years since that goal was reached in terms of paying what was needed by the employers. The local group reached that actuarially required contribution rate in calendar year 2015. And so, again, state and local continue to be at the full actuarial rate. And so the state's been at that rate of 9.38% from calendar year. In calendar year 2024, it goes to 10.66% for fiscal year 2025. Local rate went from 8.4 to 9.26%. Slide 19 is just the employer contribution rate. So you can see actuarial, statutory. Again, what you want in that far right-hand column, you want zeros, and they're all zeros. There's no difference between actuarial and statutory. Of course, the state, in effect, sort of over-contributes, and the school is not quite there, but by putting them together, you get to that 0%. And so this is good news in terms of the valuation. Again, that point of this employers paying at that actuarially required rate. As we look at employer contributions on slide 20, this is, some people call it the steady state chart. And so it just looks at what should be the minimum contributions to make sure that, you know, in fact, the trust fund's not sliding backwards. And so it takes that calculations, the amount, $631 million for state schools. So big part of the state budget comes to Capers, state employees, school employees again. But of that amount, just graphically, you can see it there, and you can see the numbers also in the kind of the table part, that 482 million of that 631 is paying that unfunded liability, that lug for those 25 years where things were not funded fully by the employer. If you look at normal costs, that's what's the cost for the current employers, or current employees, for the employer to pay for the current staff that are working right now. What's the employer lug on that employer responsibility? And it's $149 million. So you can see how much of $631 million we're getting. 150 million for really the current active people, and certainly parts of that reflects the again the Capers 3 plan design, but so much of it is for that unfunded actuarial liability part, that debt that's still owed to the trust fund by the employers. On slide 21 then are just the projections. Again, there's lots of assumptions that go into the projections, it's really predictions, I guess, but they're general estimates. So it assumes we're going to get 7% on the market value in 2022 and all future years. And again, where we stand today, I'm not sure, unless the market really rallies here in December, it's going to be 7%, but that's what the projections are based on going forward. It's that assumed rate of return. That all the other actuarial assumptions are met. Of course, the current plan provisions, that there aren't any changes in benefit structure. Of course, all the contributions continue to be paid on time, and new people coming into the system basically replicate what we have currently, and particularly in terms of the actuarial valuation projections. So slide 22 then just looks at that state school funding projections. And so again, the state school funded ratio is 70.7%, actuarial required rate 11.42%, statutory rate 11.42%. And so again, that's certainly an important thing. That actuarially required contribution rate for this group, again, occurred in the 2017 valuation, and it was 14.23% for fiscal year 2021. So it has come down. And again, this valuation, full actuarial contribution rate, it assumes that the actuarial contribution rate, which declined into that 11.42, primarily because of positive investment returns and the bond proceeds that were received in 2021, that half $500 million in bonds. So on slide 23, if all the assumptions were met in future years, the state school and contribution rate is projected to slowly decline from 12.57% in fiscal year 2024 to down to about 8.8% over the next 10 years. You know, that's where it'll probably remain pretty in that neighborhood. And then the closer it gets to 2039, which is the current extinguishment date for paying off the unfunded liability, of course, then that would drop off, and it would just be to the normal cost. There'd be no payment needed because the unfunded liability would have addressed. So based on these projections, the state school group should be at 80% in the 2023 valuation, 90% in the 2031 valuation, and then 100% at the 2039 valuation. Again, with all those assumptions, which again assumes we're going to get 7% each year. And so, of course, not all the assumptions are going to be met, and we've talked briefly some about what's going on in the market today. At the end of June, the trust fund was a negative 4.7%. Through the end of October, we're negative 11.2%. But November was a good month. If you have the fortitude to watch it on a daily basis, day before yesterday, the market was up 750 points, and then it was down a little bit yesterday, up and down, up and down, up and down. And so anyway, but that's where we are, or where we were at the end of October. Again, our new chief investment officer will be with you this afternoon to provide more detail on that, on the market. So in terms of KPERS funding then, I think overall, certainly, of course, we had strong investment performance in this valuation, certainly increased the assets from the trust fund. Of course, the board did change that assumed rate of return from 7.75 to down to 7%, which increased the liabilities. The funded ratio went from 72.5 down to 71.6. But I think the assumption is that funded ratio will continue to strengthen over time as we get closer, particularly as we get closer now to 2039 as the extinguishment date of that unfunded actuarial liabilities. Of course, as we mentioned several times, continued full funding of that actuarial contribution rate by the employers is certainly one of the keys to keep us on this path to full and sustainable funding. And of course, even with all the volatility here over the last several months, KPERS benefits are not in jeopardy. We have over $24 billion in assets. So as we talked about, a well-diversified portfolio, and there's no doubt KPERS will be there to pay the promised benefits, at least in my mind. So a lot of information, Mr. Chair, and we'd certainly be glad to respond to any additional questions.
Committee, there are questions at this time? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the overview and great questions from the committee, so that saves some of mine. I have learned to wait till the late because you often answer most of my questions as we go through, and you did answer many of them. I'm going to swing back on the on page 6, where I'll start. I would agree with Representative Tarwater's questions on setting those return assumptions, and as much as I'd like to keep the funded ratio high, I want to know what the capital markets will provide, and that is unfortunately independent of those decisions. And did we have some category estimates to help us get what those return assumptions would be and why, and is that data we can share with the group?
I believe, yes, we could. And right, I mean, I don't want to say the funded ratio really guided things. It was just one of the factors, and certainly hearing from our general investment consultant, and again, as you talk about that asset allocation and that mix and the projections, what our consultant advised. So yes, I think all that came, but certainly we can provide that information to you.
So that would be great, and I'll have a couple details as I get into the return slides as well. But as we look to the increase, and you went through that increase from 8.5 to 9.8 billion, which was the addition of the change in return assumption less the bond proceeds essentially, and then the net of the year, we have had some good smooth returns to add in from the past. Trying to get a handle, it seems like we are chasing that UAL for a long time. The first UAL that I had when I got here was 7.7 billion. And it might be good just to review kind of our progress or lack of progress year by year on what contributes to the growth of that unfunded liability so that we can see what plan design features continue to challenge us to actually close that gap. And while we have done a lot, and it feels like we've done amazing stuff, there's something that has still continued to grow there even before this last year, that contributes to that UAL. And so that's a concern that I have and might look to kind of our year by year, just what that UAL is and what's contributing to why it is going different places. So some commentary, but the ask being around what that UAL growth would be. If you have some thoughts, please do share them.
We do, and in fact, our actuary in the thicker actuarial evaluation report does a year-by-year comparison of those points, and so we can go back and certainly share that with you, but, you know, it's, of course, the actuarial the investments, assumption changes, changes in data, changes in methodology, the effect of the contribution cap or lag contributing less than the actuarial required rate, which is still, and this chart goes back to 1994, but that is still the largest single factor in terms of the components that make up the unfunded liability. And so it's, and there's other parts here now, for example, the 7.75 to 7.5 now is probably second behind that. But again, but to answer your questions, we can, yeah, it goes all the way back, yeah, to 1994, and certainly be pleased to provide that information to you. And you can see that. I was just, if I can get to the right page, in 2012. The valuation, yeah, well, anyway, it just shows, it shows the components, those different things, how each of those components impacted each year, the valuation, and what caused the change in that. So certainly be pleased.
Well, and I realize that Tier 3 was not implemented until 2015, which in that scheme is a pretty short time frame. But it would seem that the growth in that liability might have slowed more with the percent that are in Tier 3. And I'm sure there are other reasons that contribute to why it is not changing on that curve as fast. The next piece does get into those returns, and I really would like to get those capital market pieces in that, and I'm different in this, and the board and the consultants have far more wisdom than I have individually. But I was concerned last year in that spike that was there, and if we look at the 1, 3, 5, 10, and 25-year returns just last year, they were all north of 8% in the report that we had from that year. And what a difference a year makes. I would submit that both of those are not fully accurate, right? Because of the dramatic change that happened to occur in June of the past 2 years in the market. So also helpful for us to look at calendar year returns as well as those fiscal year returns, which make some challenges on that. And I think as we look to the valuation, that is based on the calendar year return and not the fiscal. Is that right?
Correct.
So hopefully that's a little bit smoother, and really important on this one that we get the return assumption right, where on my own retirement, I actually want this year's numbers to look at, wow, for a 25-year period, I could realistically hit 7.3 or below with variance. For the pension, I want to be as accurate as I can be over time so that I'm not overly shifting that burden on any one decade of taxpayers. And a lot of cautions with that volatility as we look at that year-to-year piece on returns. So as we look to, yep, I already chatted about that one. Something that would be really great is the normal cost by group as I look on page 16. If we knew those normal cost numbers, and even for the state school group, we probably need it by tier to look at what our cost is on Tier 3 as we look at the value of that benefit, as we look at the growth of the liability of that, and those plans over time would be a helpful detail.
Yes, and certainly all doable, and we can compile that, certainly.
So thank you. On 18, I'm wondering what the changes would be. I'm assuming that the actuarial rates went up with the reamortization. Is that the cause? So with that, what was the change for the KPF and judges plans as well as the state and local group for over the last year? And again, just stuff that would be useful to have.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. In the valuation itself, and again, we can provide this, but the local group was at 8.43%, and now it's, of course, 9.2%. Let's see, so that's, judges went from 16.48% to 21.35%, and police and fire went from 22.86% to 23.1%.
A bigger change on the judges plan.
Yeah,
than I
small
thought.
group, 286 members, 95% funded. but
Was there
yeah.
something else that went on there besides the change in the investment return assumption, or is that pretty much the sole?
I think, so, yeah.
So, okay. Just something that's useful as we look at what the cost of that is in budgeting, that will be an ongoing normal cost that doesn't have, oh, wait, that's the total rate. So that has.
That's right. I'm sorry, I should have.
As we get.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I do have
Our normal cost.
I read the wrong line.
Less, we're dealing with the.
Judges, the normal cost for the employer, right, for the employer, was 14.69%. It went to 17.66%. So that's the normal cost, employer only. And then if we look at police and fire, normal cost, employer only, it was at 7.87%. Now it's at 10.38%.
Thank you. And we have it already for the state school group, but do you happen to have it for Tier 3 specifically?
Not in this chart here.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So I appreciate all of that information, and it's even at your fingertips, which is remarkable as always. As we look on 21, when we change to the 7% return assumption, which we won't hit this year, in previous years we have some deferred gains yet. Do those deferred gains stay the same as they were against the 7 3/4, or does that, okay. So
Same.
that will continue to help us in some degree. And another thing that I don't expect you to have, but as we look to just the projection of payments, what that looks like over the next, 10 to 20 years with the reamortization would just give us a good handle on how those percentages translate to dollars in the budget. And I'm expecting that it's roughly staying the same, just staying above that 630 steady state number.
Yes, and we do have those charts that shows those projected employer contribution rates going out. So.
Thank you, and thanks to everyone for their patience. I appreciate it.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you for your presentation. If the actuarial valuation, this is 12/31/21, when did they actually vote on that 7 3/4? When did that actually kick in? Was that in 2022? Wouldn't be.
I mean, it was, the valuation hadn't been, I guess, closed, and so the board actually voted on it in the beginning part of calendar year 2022, but the actuary then used that 7% in calculating the 2021 valuation.
Okay. The other thing, when we went through periods of time we didn't fund this the way we were supposed to, do you compound interest?
We, in effect, well, it's the going rate, so it was 7.75, and so again, when the actuary does the calculation, it's assets, what's the liability, and then the difference falls, and yes, I guess.
Liability increases on the date that happens, then?
Yes.
Including the interest?
Yep.
Annually?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question on some of these past bills that didn't go anywhere, specifically Senate Bill 518 the Reliable Energy Investment Protection Act. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
When that bill was filed, did you look at what the possible ramifications would be to divest from those companies? Do we have a lot of investments there or just a little bit of investments? Because I think this bill is still going to, I think it's got a lot of legs and it may come back, so.
If I could, I think that is a topic of discussion for us after lunch with your chief investment officer, if we could hold off till then. I think
Okay, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out, Mr. Chairman.
robust discussion would be my guess. Additional questions? You want to take us through the bonding proceeds?
If you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then there's a blue divider tab, and then there's a presentation, pension funding bonds. And of course, today the purpose is, of course, just to remind you about those pension funding bonds, the history of them, and then the investment performance. And of course, whenever pension bonds are sold, they immediately improve the funded status of the retirement system. It's cash into the system. The bond debt is considered hard debt, so it's one of the highest budgeting priorities, I believe, for the state. But again, it's an obligation of the state, not of the retirement system. So the state's paying the debt service, not Capers. And you know, the bottom line is it's just interest arbitrage. It just assumes that over time, Capers investment returns will exceed the interest rate paid on the pension funding bonds for the state, so that means the Capers has the money, the trust fund's stronger, the trust fund's able to earn more because it's larger, the assumption goes, and then that means employer contribution rates will be lower going forward. So as we look to the history of the bonds on slide 4, the state has issued pension funding bonds to improve that funded status of Capers on 3 occasions. In 2004, the legislature approved sale of $500 million gross of fees and capitalized interest, and they were sold at a rate of 5.39% interest. And because of that capitalized interest, the net payment to Capers was $440 million. In 2015, the legislature approved the sale of $1 billion with a B, net of fees. Those bonds sold at a rate of 4.69% interest rate, and of course, then Capers received that money in August of 2015. In 2021 then, as we mentioned, the legislature approved the sale of $500 million net of fees. So Capers received the full amount, and those were sold at an interest rate of 2.65%. So 5.39, 4.69, 2.665. On the original, on slide 5 then, the first $500 million payment in 2004, all of them are 30-year maturity bonds. And again, that interest rate in those bonds was 5.39%. Again, there was some capitalized interest, and so we got $440 million in net proceeds. The funding source to pay that annual debt service, again, that the state's paying $33 million a year, and it's coming from expanded Lottery Act revenue funds, so gaming revenue funds. The remaining principal on those bonds at the end of 2022 was $311 million. Next slide, next bond issues on page 6 there. That's the $1 billion bonds. Again, 30-year maturity, 4.68%. And of course, we got that money in August of 2015. The annual debt service, again, paid by the state is $65 million. All out of the general fund, or has been the funding source of those bonds. So the remaining principal at the end of fiscal year 2022 was $881 million. And then as we look to the most recent bond issuance, 2021, the legislature, that $500 million there, again, also 30-year maturity, but the interest rate down at 2.665%. Capers got the full $500 million. The debt service on that is $24 million. So I think it's always fair as you think about state commitment in terms of funding capers. It's that employer contribution rate for $631 million state school that I mentioned, but also this is debt service payments, not in that 631, but it's that $33 million from those 2004 bonds. It's the $65 million from the 2015 bonds, and now the $24 million. Presumably has been coming out of the general fund as well. So those are all additional effort by the state in terms of funding capers, just in a route different than directly in employer contributions. So how has it worked, these pension bonds on slide 8? So we looked at the end of October. As we look back to that 2004 issuance, the annualized return on those bonds since 2004 is 7.09%. Remember, the interest rate's 5.39%. So the value added after paying the debt service is the trust fund's stronger $408 million. So again, 30-year bonds, so far that one's working, I think. If you look to the 2015 bonds, $1 billion. Since the time period there, the total return on those bonds has been 6.8%. Again, the interest rate was 4.69%. And so the value added there, again, after paying debt service by the state, is about $216 million. And then you look to the most recent bond, and there's a little oversight there. It says the system's total return, that very last sort of sentence there, it should be, since for the last 14 months, it says 2, it should be 14 months, is really right now it's a negative 7.78%. And so the cost of the debt service is $60 million below that interest cost of 2.665%. Again, these are 30-year bonds. I think the assumption is, and the bonds assume and for these bonds, is it reasonable to assume that over a 30-year period, will the Capers Trust Fund earn more than 2.65%? And I certainly hope we can do better than 2.65% over 30 years. The assumption, of course, now is 7%, and you can see the path looking backwards those last 25 years, 20 years, and so forth. So, it's just that give and take in the market. You think back to 2001, 2008, and now this, the most current investment volatility, but that's where they stand. So it's 60 million below that interest cost of 2.65%. So again, just on page 9, then just the conclusion. Remember, all the bonding issues are 30 years. And so a lot has to play out even in the 2004 to see how we do, to ultimately see whether that was a good business decision or not. But I guess in the meantime, we've had the proceeds of the bonds, we've invested them, and pointed out the 7.7% over the past 20 years. So even with the current negative position for the most recent bonds, since at the end of October then, between the 3 bond issuances, we're still in a net positive position of $500 million, $564 million. After paying debt service, the trust fund, I guess in total the state debt service where Capers is, those bonds have added $564 million. So that has certainly worked. But again, these are 30-year bonds, and we'll check back and see how we do at the end of the bonds. But I'm certainly pleased to respond to any questions.
Alan, thank you. Any questions on the bonding proceeds? And Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, I was just double checking. This last one we did, you can't pay off early. Can you pay the other 2 off early if you wanted to?
I believe we checked, and the answer is no. I think there may be, in one of them, there may be a method to do it, but you have to, in effect, pay ahead. So there's no, I guess, financial reason to pay them off. You don't save anything by prepaying. That's right, yeah.
We can pay them off, but we're not going to gain anything.
You're not going to gain anything by doing it.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
We're now going to turn our attention to Jared Waltner, who's going to give us an overview of Capers 3 dividend formula and experience.
Jared's our planning and research officer, and I just figured I couldn't torture you all day by standing at this microphone, so Jared's got some good information to share with you. So.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Joint Committee. Behind tab B, I actually have 3 separate items that I'll be walking the committee through. Chair was gracious enough to give us some latitude in the topics that we picked, so I tried to pick some things that were timely and of interest in the recent past of the legislature. So I'll be talking about the Capers 3 dividend interest credit, recent retirement experience and working after retirement, and then the deferred retirement option program, an overview of that as well. So each of those will be in smaller chunks, and I'll try to keep my eyes up and look for questions as we go along. I'm happy to respond at any point, but there'll be natural break points along the way as well. So the first item is the Capers 3 dividend credit. Just as a reminder, the Capers 3 is a cash balance plan which relies on an account balance that's accrued over the course of a person's working career to establish what their lifetime annuity is going to be. So interest plays a key role in benefits for Capers 3 members, whereas the Capers 1 and 2 members in that traditional defined benefit plan, interest doesn't play a role in the calculation of their benefits. So interest is much more important for that Capers 3 benefit. A part of that Capers 3 plan design is a dividend credit. There is a guaranteed 4% interest rate every year for every Capers 3 member, but then there's also the opportunity for a dividend credit, which is what is included in the memo. The dividend credit is based on a statutory formula. It's in 74-49306, and it's set at 75% of the 5-year average net compound rate of return above 6%. The box on the bottom of that first page there is just a simplified example. If we had an 8% return over 5 years, that is 2% above the 6% threshold, so the Capers 3 member would receive 75% of that, so 1.5%. That's just an example. The actual experience is on the next page if you flip it over. So the table on this page shows the actual experience since the beginning of the program on January 1st of 2015. So we've got 7 years of experience. You can see that Capers 3 members have received a dividend in 4 of those 7 years. The most recent one in 2021, the dividend credit was just over 3.5%. If a member had been working in the plan from day one and had received all these dividend credits, in that paragraph just underneath that table, in that last sentence, you can see the total interest rate over that 7-year period is about 5.125% over the lifetime of that program. Of course, where people are is going to depend on when they actually entered the system. Not everybody in Capers 3 started on the first day, so it's going to be different for every member. If we're looking forward on those dividend credits, through October of 2022, the net return was a negative 11.5%, and so the 5-year average as of the end of October was 5.5%, so it's below that 6% threshold at this point. We'll have to see what happens in November and December. That could still come up above that 6% threshold, but at this time, the returns from this latest calendar year have pulled the 5-year average below the 6% threshold. In addition, as Alan talked about earlier, the investment return assumption was changed from 7.75% to 7%. That changed the actuarial assumption of what the total interest that was going to be received by Capers 3 members. It dropped it from 0.25%, so it assumes that dividend is now going to be 2% over the long term instead of it was 2.25% before. That's in the second to last paragraph. Now I bring that up just because the assumptions have changed, but the assumptions don't really play a role. They don't play a role at all. The dividends will be paid on actual experience. The assumptions is what we use just to project what the future costs are going to be and how to fund those future costs. But whatever the actual experience is what's going to be credited to those Capers 3 members. That is the end of my memo, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to stop here and see if there are any questions.
Are there any questions on Tier 3? Representative Johnson.
So thank you for this work. Very helpful to get a handle on that. And all we need to do is have an average net compound return of over 10%.
Yeah.
Works great. It is astounding that we can go from a dividend credit of 3.5 on a rolling 5-year to 0 with 1 year of return. So again, in the commentary piece, more than questions, it calls into question our formula. As much as I would like to hang on to the Capers dividend assumption, and I assume that that is the formulaic assumption that goes from 2.25 to 2, right, on top of the fixed 4.
Right.
So I'm not, if indeed 7% is the right number, I fear that that impact could be larger. So we might want to just work with the actuary to understand, could we rely on that 2% over time? Because if we're paying out a 6% return, I still feel pretty good about that. But if I'm paying out 4, that's more concerning. So might be helpful to get some color behind how they help us to come up with the 2.25 and the 2% to know if we can rely on that. Because as a plan design, that doesn't feel terrible. As I look at the actual performance and recognizing that I need to consider not all employees, but each group of employee, I maybe need to have some, in this plan, how we make sure that that equity could be perhaps better achieved. So that's what might help us to guide that. But thank you for this, and sobering to see what 1 year does to that formulaic dividend. I'd still had some hope that the previous 3 years would be enough to help carry us to some payout.
Additional questions? Representative Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jared, welcome. Could there be any kind of smoothing done in this on those rates to kind of like's done?
So it's already based on a 5-year average. I mean, that can certainly be adjusted to a shorter or longer time period based on what the policy goals of the legislature are.
It's only got 8, so you can't go too much.
Right, yeah. I'd have to talk more with the actuary to see how that might impact what the estimate assumptions would look like. But yeah, that can certainly be adjusted.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for clarification, those dividend payments are on top of the guaranteed 4%?
That's correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Jared, I don't see any others. You want to go to your next section?
Sure. So the next set of slides is on recent retirement experience and working after retirement. This topic has been of interest based on some of the labor issues that have been reported around the state and some legislation that was introduced last year on working after retirement. On slide 3, there is, you can see a graph on that page that shows what our total retirees are in the blue section, the total joint annuitants in that orange section, and then the green line across the bottom. Those are the number of actual applications that we received in each of those fiscal years. So those are new retirees in those years. So you can see that we've been in that 5,500 to 6,000 retirements a year range for quite some time. This chart goes back 10 years to fiscal year 2013. That's remained fairly consistent, although it did start to taper off in about 2017. And then we had a slowdown in fiscal year 2020, but then the last couple of years we've come back up to about 6,000 retirements per year. We are expecting that we will receive, or that we'll see slight increases of retirements over time, particularly in this period because of the baby boomer group that's still moving through their careers and are reaching the end of their careers. So we have been expecting to see increased retirements year over year. We don't know exactly how long that will last, but that is the expectation at this point. The slowdown in fiscal year 2020 was sort of an anomaly. We assume it's COVID related. We don't have anything, concrete that we can point it to, but there was some, a lot of unknowns going on at the time. So I think there were some people who delayed retirement for a period just to see how COVID was going to shake out. And then, of course, we saw the increase in the following year. But it's interesting that the number of retirements stayed high into fiscal year 2022. So we may be entering a period where we see higher retirements than we had been for the previous 5 years. On page 4, I've just broken this out in the CAPERS group by state, school, and local. So those lines in the chart there, it's important to remember that the school group is the largest group in CAPERS by quite a distance. So the reason those numbers are so higher is just a function of the fact that they have so many more members in that group. But you can see that the teachers' retirement group has roughly followed the same pattern as the state and local groups. There is a larger uptick in fiscal year 2021. I think that maps pretty well with what we've heard anecdotally from local school districts. However, if you're looking at the average age and the average service time of people who are retiring for school retirees, that we haven't seen that change. So there's nothing to indicate in the retirement data that people are retiring younger or delaying retirement and retiring older, or that their total service time has changed dramatically. That third bullet point there, it's very early in the actuarial world, so since COVID, so it's going to take several years before we're going to be able to identify any trends that have changed due to post-pandemic experience. But for now, retirements are relatively steady. We also don't collect data on position detail, so we can't say how many of these school positions are teachers and how many are other staff. We don't need that for the calculation of benefits, so it's not any data that we've ever collected. So we can't get that granular about what positions are retiring. Now, that's not to say that we are refuting any of the information that's coming out from local school districts or other employers. Clearly, there's labor issues all over the country, and specifically here in Kansas. This just looks specifically at the retirements, and there's nothing to indicate that retirements alone are causing some of these issues. It might be a contributing factor, but obviously there's much bigger things at play that are playing into some of the labor issues. Turning to working after retirement on slide 5. Working after retirement is not a new issue. It was regulations on working after retirement were first put into statute in the 90s. They were adjusted over time, most frequently adding carve-outs for certain groups to work at certain employers, including special rules for some teachers, state nurses. I can't remember all the rest of them off the top of my head, but there was several carve-outs. And at the time, the legislature was just adding more and more carve-outs and grandfathering in the old rules. So when we got to 2014, 2015, we had a lengthy list of different working after retirement types. It was becoming more difficult to administer. It was very difficult for employers and members to understand which bucket they were falling in if they came back to work. So the legislature took on trying to streamline those rules. It took several sessions. Ultimately, in 2017, a bill was passed that established the current rules, which are on page 6. So right now, if a member retires before age 62, they have to sit out for 180 days. They can't make an agreement to come back to their employer. They're not supposed to have any contact with any CAPERS employers to discuss any future employment. If they wait until they're age 62, then that waiting period is 60 days. It's a shorter waiting period. There's a prohibition on making agreements to return to work, either for your own employer or for any other CAPERS employer. There is no earnings limitation if a retiree does return to a CAPERS employer. There is an employer contribution, and that is equal to the state school rate, which is 13.11% in fiscal year 23, up to $25,000 in earnings, and then if you go above that $25,000 threshold, it's 30% on contributions on earnings above that $25,000 threshold. There's a box on page 6 that just tells you who is working in a covered position. If a retiree comes back to a non-covered position, they aren't enrolled in working after retirement. That position wouldn't have been enrolled if it was an active member because they don't meet the requirements to become an active member. So there was, the legislature felt there was no reason to enroll those people as well. So that just tells you, and there's a difference between school and non-school. So for school employees, you have to work at least 630 hours in the year and not be a seasonal or temporary. For non-school employees, it's 1,000 hours. So it's roughly half-time for both groups. It's just a difference in how that's established. On page 7, you can see employer contributions were included to help offset the actuarial cost that working after retirement can create. It's difficult to estimate what that actuarial cost is because it affects member behavior. Generally, if a member is able to retire and return to work and receive a benefit and a salary at the same time, that would be a reason and an enticement for them to do that. So what we saw prior to the new rules in 2017, there was a clear evidence that certain groups were retiring significantly younger than people who didn't return to work. And so they were creating that actuarial cost to the system so that the employer contribution was an attempt to mitigate that. On page 8, talks about the legal and actuarial implications. Working after retirement does have some IRS implications. The IRS does not allow for members to return. Actually, what they require is a bona fide retirement in order to receive their retirement benefits. The IRS has not established what a bona fide retirement is. It's based on facts and circumstances. We have, as you saw on earlier slides, we have nearly 6,000 retirements a year. So in lieu of looking at the facts and circumstances of all 6,000 retirements, we use the waiting period as a proxy test to make sure that it's a bona fide retirement. The other thing is the prohibition on prearrangement. If a member has worked out in advance that they're going to return to work, the IRS says that is I think they call it a sham retirement, and that is not allowed. So we keep those two requirements in place to make sure that we stay square with the Internal Revenue Code. On page 9, talking about experience. So since the new rules in 2018, I think both employers and members have had a much easier time navigating those working after retirement rules, understanding when they apply and who they apply to. In the last valuation, we had 5,300 retirees that were reported as return to work at some point during calendar year 2021. That is lower than what we saw before, but the legislature did carve out some people that no longer have to report, like those non-covered positions. Here, the example is daily call substitutes are not reported as working after retirement. That 5,300 number has been pretty consistent over the last 2 or 3 years. We've seen a fairly steady number of retirees returning to work. Schools reported close to 3,750 retirees as returned to work over that calendar year, 2021. And again, we don't collect position-specific information, so it's not possible for us to say which of those 3,750 are teachers and which would be classroom aides or librarians or other positions. Some policy considerations on slide 10. So there were about 11,500 retirements from the school group between January 1st of 2018 and the end of 2021. So all of those 11,500 retirees are now beyond their waiting period. They would not be affected by a change in the waiting period. They can return to work at this point without breaking any of the current statutory rules. If you do reduce the waiting period, you may incent some people to come back to work, but you also may create an opportunity for people to leave their position in order to come back to work. So you might create additional vacancies at the same time as you're creating a larger pool of people to return to work. Reducing that employer contribution for working after retirement may be an incentive to have retirees recruited back into the workforce. That would have actuarial cost implications, and any change that causes to the unfunded liability would end up in future employer contributions. It wouldn't just disappear. It would have to be paid at some point, and so that would roll into the existing UAL and be paid in future employer contributions. So that's all my comments, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Jared, thank you. As you probably anticipated, you've hit my hot button. Disappointed that it doesn't appear like the average retirement age, particularly in the school group, has increased. I understand we've got a fairly short window since those changes in actuarial difference. So it's probably at this point still 54 and a half or thereabouts.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to look and I can get back to you.
If there's not much change, I mean, that was the number previously, and if there's not much change, so. You know, this is a conversation I have with a lot of school district people. My concern has always been that when they say they need to relax the working after retirement requirements so that they can recruit, well, that recruiting often creates a vacancy. They're not necessarily recruiting or bringing back people who are truly retired. It just creates that I'm going to leave my district because I've got my 85 points and I'm going to go work in another district and I'm going to collect some retirement benefits, pay some penalty. But one school district adds an employee, another school district loses an employee, and you've got this constant churn. So I know that we suspended some of the working after retirement considerations by executive order during the pandemic, but how long do we need to look at that actuarially before we'll see a difference or won't see a difference?
So I don't know that we'll ever be able to isolate it, just because working after retirement on its own is just a behavioral choice. So we don't know, did some of those restrictions that were loosened during the declaration of emergency, were those people retired already and felt that they needed to come back and fill in, and so it didn't change how they decided to go through retirement? Or did it actually create an opportunity for people to retire earlier and receive that benefit plus their salary and come back? So I just don't think we can isolate it. We'd have to know more details about specific situations.
The policy decision that was made and why there is a difference between 62 and 54 and a half was that people who are truly retired that want to come back, we want to encourage that behavior. What we don't want to encourage is the school teacher who is 55 or an administrator or any school group that is now eligible for retirement and leaves their current position, creating a vacancy to go fill a position at another district in a similar type role. If you take 54 and a half as an average retirement age in the school group, and then you look at the increase in mortality rates, that is no doubt costing the fund a lot of money, and the school group is our largest group. And so I know that's what we were trying to get at. I remember when I was involved in developing Tier 3, we had a lot of conversations about if you increase requirements, you have to have a corresponding increase in benefits. And I'm assuming that's still the case. So if we were to look at increasing the required points for retirement for school group, we would have to figure out a corresponding benefit.
Yes, that's generally how changes in benefit design have been handled, yeah.
Okay. Additional questions or comments on working after retirement? Senator Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just real quick. So maybe kind of like a related question, not just retirements, but on the Capers School Group, do we still have a healthy number of new teachers coming into the system each year? Or are we starting to see any sort of trends or deviations that maybe that's increasing or decreasing would be a cause of concern for adding liability to the system?
So generally, not just the school group, but across most employer groups, new enrollments have been pretty flat over the last decade or so, which is consistent with what we're seeing in other states as well.
They're not falling off?
They aren't falling off. There's been some, there was some additional funding to the schools a couple of sessions ago, so we saw an increase in enrollment. So there's been some other factors that have affected that. So it's without that extra funding that went into the school districts, it's hard to know exactly what that would look like, because It's been affected by some other things, but in general, enrollments have been flat, retirements have been up, so that doesn't mean necessarily there's more vacant positions. That means either they're vacant or they're eliminated.
Okay, and just final related, so as of right now, there isn't anything statistically significant that indicates any sort of correlation between moving to this new policy for handling teacher retirements and how that might be in affecting the inflow of new students, new teachers into the system.
Not from the retirement system's perspective, which, in fairness, is much different than local school districts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will miss Chairman Kelly on this topic also, and the work that's been done over time to understand it. On page 4, we have the chart that just gives us the trend, and it is similar on each, and I wondered, is most of the pain in the school group, or do we hear it across groups with any regularity?
We do get some questions from other employers. The state is a single employer, so we aren't hearing from state agencies. Local employers will sometimes contact us. School districts are the most common.
Okay. And again, there's so many different things going on that aggregating either group isn't particularly useful, and schools have specific positions to hire, and that may be growing, and perhaps our local group is shrinking in positions, but while the trend is similar, the increase from the base year that we have of 2013 for both the school group and the local group is 400 on a much higher base. So the percentage increase is actually smaller, and I would argue the increase for the local, by being kind of a slow, steady increase, had more retirements that it was experiencing with consistency, where the school group did have a sharper uptick from the previous year, so probably felt a lot more pain in 1 year, but over time, I'm wondering if there are, to Senator Longbein's question, other things that we need to look at in what is going on as we get deeper in that, but also wondered, while I've tended to look at the needs of the schools, if I needed to pay attention to some of those others as we look at retirement trends. So thank you.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I have a lot of connections to the school folks, and we were hearing a lot of angst with working after retirement issues, but I think that really has settled down. I get very few emails and phone calls about that particular piece now. I think we're doing a much better job of that. It's really tier 3 is what I hear most about, and we even heard that yesterday in our Shawnee County delegation. We had a full-day meeting, and that was even mentioned there, not even by teachers, it was by just our local employers, so that have that opportunity to have a state contract. So I just think tier 3 is probably the bigger issue right now, and I think we have been doing a much better job with the working after retirement, those parameters that we established. So I know that just having an adequate number of employees is really the issue now, whether it's bus drivers in the school business or teachers or food service or custodians. It's really that piece, just not being able to find enough workers. And they're not connecting the dots now to working after retirement so much as being the problem. I don't believe it is the problem right now. Not that it was. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay. Jared, you want to take us through the drop program?
Sure. That is behind that last divider. It's my final topic for this section of the agenda. So a deferred retirement option program, just as a base for everybody, it's a plan design feature where a member can initiate their retirement benefit, but instead of receiving that benefit, it's credited to a notional account, and it'll accrue over a period of time that the member selects when they initiate that. For CAPERS, that is a 3 to 5 year period. Those are laid out in statute, the period that the member can elect. If you look on page 4, just a history of the Deferred Retirement Option Program. It was created in 2015 as a pilot project by the legislature. It applied at the time just to the Highway Patrol The Highway Patrol had reported to the legislature that they were having some staffing issues, and they felt that a drop plan might help alleviate that. So at the time, it was open only to the Highway Patrol, and that was given a sunset of January 1st of 2020. The 2019 legislature took a look at that and decided to extend that to January 1st of 2025, and at the same time, they added the KBI. And those are the two largest KPNF employers for the state of Kansas. So that's the majority of the state KPNF members. On page 5, the provisions for Capers. So as I mentioned, when they enter the drop, their retirement benefit is established and it begins accumulating in their drop account. That drop account can earn interest. It's either 3% or 0%. It's dependent upon what the actual returns are in the year, and that's based in statute. They can enter the drop when they're eligible for normal retirement, so they could not initiate an early retirement benefit and go into the drop. They've got to be eligible for normal retirement. And that normal retirement there is in the middle of page 5. For Tier 1 members, which is an old group that was closed in the 80s, there's only about 70 members left within KPNF, but they have 55 with age 20. For everyone else, it's age 50 with 25 years, 55 with 20 years, or 60 with 15 years. And then, as I said, they can elect a 3, 4, or 5-year period of their drop service. The legislature did make a change recently where it used to be an irrevocable election where they only had one chance to make that election. But now, if they choose 3 or 4 years, they have a chance to extend that up to a maximum of 5 years. But they couldn't say, choose the 3-year and then extend it another 5 years. The 5-year total is the maximum. Members and employers continue to make contributions to the system as though they were a regular active employee. The member is not earning any benefits during their drop period because they've initiated that retirement benefit. And then at the end of their drop period, they can receive a lump sum of that money. It can be, they can have us pay it directly to them. They can roll it over, but they get the full accrued amount and any interest that they've earned over their drop period. On page 7, a little bit about the drop experience. So currently, there's about 550 members of the 7,800 KPNF members who are eligible, so only about 7% of KPNF is currently in that pilot program. About 450 from the Highway Patrol and about 90 from the KBI. That's total KPNF members. That's not the number of people who are at or near retirement eligibility and might take part in this, in the next year or two. That's just the total number of members. Early on, there was a sort of slow uptake of participation in the drop, but we've seen it pick up over time. As of September, there were 67 members who had enrolled in drop. I think, on the next page, I'll talk about that a little more. And we've had 18 members who have already completed their drop period and have received their payout and retired. On page 8, you can see, so there are 67 people who have participated in the drop. During that same period, 70 people retired from those groups. So it's about half and half that decide to retire and decide to go into the drop. I did notice a typo on page 8. It says 61 members elected into the drop, but it's 67 is the total, not 61. The most common election is the full 5-year period. You can see 61 members have elected that full 5-year period, or they've elected to extend to the maximum of 5 years. 2 members elected 4 years, and 4 members elected the 3-year period. On page 5, you can see I took a look at the average age and service of people who are entering drop versus people who did not enter drop. So in that table on page 6, the drop participants, that's that 67 number that I referenced. The other retired members, that's the 70 other people who did not participate in drop that are listed on or noted on page 8. So you can see the drop participants have a lower retirement age on average. It's about 54 and a half versus 55 and a half, but they do have longer service time than the members who didn't enter drop. So when we're talking about the costs, which are on page 10 and 11, when the program was put in place, sort of like working after retirement, the costs of this are based in behavior. So the actuary took a look at sort of the extreme scenarios. What if every member decides to enter drop early? Say they plan to work to 65, so instead they enter drop at 60 and work to 65, and that's an actuarial cost to the system because They are retiring younger than we expected. We didn't have as many years to accumulate contributions and interest to pay those benefits, so that ends up costing the system. Conversely, if they worked all the way until 65 like they had planned and then entered drop and worked for several more years, that actually had no cost or maybe even slight savings to the plan. So those were sort of, we knew those were sort of the extreme ends. We're somewhere in the middle. They are retiring younger, but their drop period actually takes them beyond the average people who don't participate in drop. You know, it's not unexpected that we landed somewhere in the middle. The actuary does have an assumption there on page 11. You can see that we had to have something to build into the actuarial valuation, so the actuary assumed that 75% of KPNF members would enter drop when they were eligible. We haven't seen that level of participation yet. We have seen it increasing over time, so we may still get there. The legislature, the actuary will start to refine that as we get more experience. In the next experience study, I would expect there'd be plenty of data for them to take a closer look at that and maybe make adjustments to their assumptions at that time. Again, we're talking about a pilot program right now that is less than 10% of the total KPNF population, so the experience that we're receiving is still small in the grand scheme of KPNF. If it ends up being expanded to all of KPNF, then the impacts of the drop program would be more noticeable. We just have more data. The actuary could take a better look at what the actual impact is. And that, you know, as I said, we can't precisely calculate what the costs are going to be because it depends on members' behavior, but whatever happens, it's going to end up affecting the total liabilities, and it could impact future contribution rates. Now, it might impact them to the positive, as I said, if they work until they plan to, and then they're extending further into, because of the drop, they're working beyond when they originally planned to retire. But any costs or savings will be reflected in future contribution rates. It just rolls into the calculation of that UAL. If it's expanded, so right now we are administering the program sort of parallel to our pension administration system. Of course, we're tracking all of the information like they're a normal member, but then when they initiate drop, then we're doing some of those calculations manually, just because it's still a pilot program. If we expand that, we'll have to make updates to our pension administration system to accommodate for that. And since it's nearly 8,000 members, and people are going to want plenty of calculations as to what their best choices are, our estimate is that we'll need an additional staff to help with that transition and ongoing requests on pension calculations and things like that. So I think that's all my comments on drop. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions on that.
Jared, thank you very much. Committee, are there any questions on the drop program? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, and I appreciate the work the actuary has done. Are there any, the assumptions roll into the UAL, is there any way that some of those could be broken out to say here is what that cost is at either end of the spectrum, or create more assumptions based on what we have to try and carry those forward? Is that available at all?
So it will in the future. At the last experience study, the actuary didn't feel like we had enough data collected at that point to set a new assumption. Once, several years into this, when we've had enough people enter the drop and we see how those different retirement trends work out, then we will have more of that detailed information, and that will be put into the future actuarial evaluations as well.
Would it be possible, if I may, to just start with what we have on page 7 as an example and say those 67 that have retired, what would have happened if all 67 were in either one of those two cases? They either would have retired at that point and we got more years, or they would have retired, drop years minus that date, and that was what they did. And get a handle on what that example is could maybe let us look at that subset that we have, and then we could try to say, okay, do we think that's still roughly 50% as we roll that out to the other 93, but build from that block, knowing that we're somewhere between those two goalposts.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to the actuary. I will say I'll see if there's a way we can isolate that better. The costs associated with this are going to be dwarfed by other experience. So investment returns, change in the investment return assumption, some of those factors are going to have a much bigger impact on KPNF than what this is going to, but we might be able to isolate what the specific impact is.
Okay. So yeah, so we know that the impact of that was the 7.9 to 10 point on that, which is absolutely that impact. But trying to get to, I think we had a 1.9 estimate at one point that we had looked at it, but we were trying to just say, what do we think an average case is? And I think the two worst cases on each end gives us a chance to better quantify the risk.
Yeah, absolutely. We can get something back to you.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jared, seems like it was 3 or 4 years ago that we tried to determine on the highway patrol whether there were more on-the-road troopers that this kept in the system, or was it more basically the management is? And there were some numbers. Has anything been refined on that to tell?
So we have limited information on positions. I think sort of on an anecdotal basis, earlier on we saw more people in administrative positions. I think over time that has changed somewhat. I think there are more sort of on-the-road troopers who are participating just based on the limited amount of information that we do have. Highway Patrol could give you much more in-depth information on that than the retirement system's going to be able to. But I do think, when it was first created, it did sort of was more enticing to that administrative positions, but that might be changing over time.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of KPNF constituents who they're not, because of what they do, they're not allowed to participate in the DROP program by their specific occupation. My question to you is that, and then they've lobbied me to get into this program. My question is there any significant risk, actuarial risk, by adding additional groups to this prior to the January 1st, 25 sunset?
So it's the same risks that are on the pilot program, which is if they are retiring younger and then entering drop, and just working till they expected to retire at the outset. If they said I'm going to retire at 65, so they wait till they're 60 and then enter drop and just leave at 65 anyway, that has some actuarial cost that would end up in paid and future employer contributions. It's just on a larger scale if it's expanded to all KPNF employers. Right now it's limited to that pilot group, which is only about 7% of the total active members. So if you're going to expand that to everybody, the potential for actuarial cost is there, but because it's a behavioral question, we can't pinpoint what that cost would look like. We can't say definitively it's going to cost more, but that's sort of why the legislature decided to go with this pilot approach, just to see what the data looked like from this smaller group first.
Okay. I guess what just kind of bothers me about the limited availability or participation is that as a small business employer who has employees, you're basically showing preferential treatment to one set of public employees versus others. And I just think at some point we need to take that into consideration with this program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A quick comment on that, and Chairman Johnson can correct me if my memory is not as good as I think it is. When we were asked to look at the DROP program, I think the Highway Patrol was looking at a large number of retirements coming up and had a large block of aging workforce. And this was a way to try to encourage them to stay longer because of the large number of people who in that particular agency, with it being somewhat of a small agency, were retiring. And so we implemented this on a pilot program to try to encourage that particular group of employees to stay, but also as a way to see what kind of cost it would have to the fund as time went by. And what I'm hearing is we don't know at this point what that cost is.
So I mean, if you look on page 9, knowing what the sort of extremes are, it looks like we're falling somewhere in the middle. So they are retiring younger than what we would have seen with this other group, the people who didn't participate and drop, but then, most of them elect that 5-year period. So that pushes them farther into an older age than the other group. So I think that if we can isolate what that cost would look like with and without the drop today, I think that's probably a useful comparison. I can't do that without my actuary by my side, so I'll have to talk to her.
If you could provide that to each of the.
Yes, absolutely.
Any additional questions on drop? Okay, Jared, thank you.
Yep.
Alan, we're going to invite you back up to talk about your budget and your modernization project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yeah, I'm not sure what's more exciting, the actuarial evaluation or IT project modernization topic, but I'll give it a shot. And also, we do have John Cahill, our Chief Information Technology Officer, and Susan Hancock, our Chief Project Planning Officer, are both here should there be questions. But this is an important project, and so that's why we just wanted to make sure you were aware of it. And of course, as you'd expect, a pension administration database, or our system, provides all the mechanical processes, the electronic processes to collect all the data, collect the contributions, and pay the benefits. And this system was first put in place in 2005. So it's had a good long run. And then over that time then, as we were talking earlier, there have been several significant plan design changes that have required customization to this database. And so some have been internal, particularly some business processes as we've tried to streamline things. And then, of course, the statutory, the legislative changes. Probably the biggest change would be in 2007 when KPERS 2 was created, and then in 2012 when KPERS 3 was created. And so, of course, then the system had to be modified in both of those instances to accommodate the benefit plan designs as approved by the legislature. And just one example, our employers would, of course, always send in their contributions every pay period they had, but the reconciliation process was done annually. Well, with KPERS 3, we've got to know at least at a minimum quarterly what's that notational account balance, so we can calculate the estimated benefit for the KPERS 3 members. So we got to at least quarterly have what those contributions are in addition to the members' contributions. The point being that caused significant changes in our IT system to be able to accommodate those legislation plan design changes, KPERS 2 and KPERS 3. The current system is still operating or still functioning properly. Not sure winning would be maybe too strong of a term there, but we're still able to get the money in, we're still able to pay the benefits, and of course that's ultimately the bottom line. But as you can imagine, an IT system since 2005 laying over lots of changes, there gets to be some significant challenges there and be able to, have a robust and effective pension administration system. And so we ultimately decided it was time to try to make a major improvement in that system. And so we came to the 2020 legislature to begin that process, and funding was approved. We went out on a competitive bid for a consultant to help us with a full needs assessment in the summer of 2020. And so, and part of that assessment, we were trying to decide whether our current IT system could be sort of salvaged, be updated, could be improved and built on, or did we need to go out, start a whole new, get a new pension administration system, a whole new system itself. And so our consultant recommended sort of the fork in the road approach, and so we challenged our vendor to take on a specific project and to see kind of, how they handled it, how responsive they were, particularly as that work sort of then fed into the vision of a new modernization system. And so I think initially it looked like the current vendor had been successful in sort of that fork in the road project. And so we started looking then in September of 2021 through this last February, then trying to establish the requirements for the pension administration system, the needs and expectations of our members, also of all those heard from our employers and so forth. So we came up with about 3,000 requirements that would be continued from the current existing system or would be needed for a new system. So we did that initial assessment. We started that initial sort of phase, focusing a lot on sort of stabilizing the current system so it functions, I think, more effectively and more efficiently. And so we were kind of in this analyze and retool with our current vendor. And there's been some progress made, but I think as we've gotten more into it, there have also been some challenges there. And so just recently, very recently, we just heard from our existing vendor that as they try to accommodate the needs of these requirements and our expectations for a new system, that their initial sort of estimated price, probably not a surprise to some of you, it has gone up by approximately 20% for the remainder of the project. And so then that gets you back into, it might even exceed the cost of the time of just a whole new vendor. So literally almost day to day, we're analyzing the process of whether or not we should go out for an RFP. Certainly we'll keep the board informed and keep you all informed of the process. And of course, certainly if we go out for an RFP, we'll work course, with the Joint Committee on Information Technology, the state CETO, and follow all that process. But I would think, based on the most recent difficulties or challenges, I would say probably it looks like we're going to head out for an RFP and see what the market will bear. And so we've got the work that's done. I certainly won't be lost because certainly it's developing in those requirements and sort of the anticipated needs of this new system. So I think we haven't been sort of past the point of no return with the current expenditures and the current work with the current system. Our budget request in the current year, there was funding for the modernization project, and this is all part of that assessment, stabilization, and having the outside vendor help us consultant help us through this contract. And so the budget, I want to make sure the legislature is aware, as you'll see once in January as the budget unfolds before you. We made the request to the governor and, of course, to the legislature, but in fiscal year 2024, there's the next anticipated amount of $9 million. There was $9.2 million approved in the current year. $9 million is in the budget request for 2024. And of course, as things unfold, if we go out for the RFP, which is, of course, not a short process to undergo, but would certainly help then firm up those numbers as we look to 24 and 25 and see kind of where we are. But I guess the point is modernization project is very important. It's a 2005 system. Or I guess we're all very familiar with perhaps using IT systems longer than perhaps beyond their livelihood, particularly as changes are overlaid over them. And so we're trying our best to make sure we're positioned to continue forward using the best IT resources that we can. Also, I think there's opportunity for streamlining some systems and make it less, staff intensive, which then would either would potentially free up staff then to work more with those members that have specific needs or questions, difficulties that we could help them through and serve them better. So just an informational request here, or information for you, but certainly respond to any questions as appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions on the Senator Dietrich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to put this in a summary form, if I understood what you said, you're not thinking that Sagitech is going to be able to complete the work that you need them to do on the modernization, so you're going out on an RFP, and the RFP would probably not include Sagitech. Is that correct? Otherwise, why would you do the RFP?
That's right. We'd do the RFP. Sagitech would not do the RFP. We'd have our other consultant, Siegel, do that. And so, of course, Sagitech could bid on it. But we would carefully review any proposals that we might receive.
Now you're thinking that they're not going to be able to meet your needs.
Yeah, we had thought maybe there might be enough cost efficiencies to maybe sort of improve the existing system, but we're thinking there seems to be more challenges than what we had hoped, so.
Thank you.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just so I understand, Siegel, that's a third-party independent consultant, and they are not going to be bidding on the follow-on work, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so is it Sagitech, am I saying that right? So the current systems they have in place, is that of a proprietary nature? And this is like old technology, or is it both?
Well, it is proprietary, so that's the old black box that we can't look in, our developers can't get in there and do that, so it's proprietary code, a big part of it that we can't access, and so we have to rely on them if there's a change that needs to be made. And that's part of even this sort of stabilization. They've come part of the way on kind of joint work, joint projects, but ultimately they have the black box, they have the
So just so I understand, the fork in the road is basically the old systems will continue to be Band-Aid in place by Sagitech, but then this new thing you need for the cash balance, at least Capers 3, that's going to be put out to bid.
Yes, and it would be the whole system. I mean, Capers 3, the cash balance.
So you're going to redo the whole system?
Whole thing.
Okay, so then that helps. So I guess my question is that when you looked for basically, have you considered, I guess, are there packages or there other states out there or platforms out there, maybe instead of you rolling your own, have you done a feasibility alternatives analysis where basically looking at something that's already out there that you could somehow get on, addressing privacy issues, things like that? How extensive has your market research gone to figure out how you want to build this?
I think we have done that. A lot of it comes down to those 3,000 requirements. It's so, the provisions are so, I mean, the framework might be same as you look across public pension plans, but you get down to, we have Capers 1, we have Capers 2, we have Capers 3, we have drop, we have working after retirement, all of those sort of Kansas-specific requirements that make that challenging. I mean, we're certainly opening, and I think that's one of the things we would hope from the RFP process to see what might be what people might bring to our attention for us.
It's pretty much an open RFP where you're basically asking people to propose a solution. You're not locked into one technology or even, is it basically just, hey, what do you guys recommend based upon my 30-foot stack of requirements?
Well, I mean, I think clearly the requirements have to be met at least to the point, because we do have to still pay those retirement benefits. We still have to be able to calculate retirement benefits. So it's still, it still has to meet those, I guess, foundational needs of the retirement system. Does that help? Or I think I think we're waiting to see what I guess what the RFP process might present to us or provide to us.
Okay, but it is truly a request for proposal versus not an RFQ, where you're not saying, here, build on this to build this solution.
Yeah.
You're looking for proposals. Am I getting that right?
No, I think I think my understanding, looking at John or Susan, I think we're beyond that. I think we would be to the request for proposals, an RFP, not, a conceptual thing, kind of what's
Basically, some sort of a COTS, you've got a COTS system that you
Yes.
honed in on.
Yep.
And you're looking for basically that with modifications, integration work to the existing stuff and data.
Yes.
Okay. If it's appropriate, Alan, I would love to see any sort of cost-benefit analysis over you guys putting together the RFP. And if you can't, that's sensitive, I'm fine. I'm also on JCIT. Maybe you can share it with those guys. This piques my interest. I've never been a fan of state government doing bleeding-edge development, so thank you.
Yeah. No, and we're certainly glad to provide that to anybody, and certainly JCIT. And this is not a road we start down very, very lightly. No, the challenges certainly are part of it, but.
Or Representative Tarwater?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to piggyback on Senator Holland's questions, we spend a lot of money redoing our systems here, and it seems like each of the branches don't communicate with the other branches as far as when they're modernizing their system. And specifically the Department of Labor debacle that we went through with the RFP process that ended up being really targeted to one company. When they put that RFP out, it limited the responses in the top 4 or 5 companies that have off-the-shelf systems that were very inexpensive and very flexible and constantly upgraded were ruled out because of the way the RFP was written. So I would caution you as you go forward with this, that if you're going to have 3,000 different items, that you make sure that you don't automatically rule out good companies and let them come to you with a proposal rather than disqualify them just because they don't have a few of those 3,000 items. And communicate with some of these companies that are doing some of the other agencies have off-the-shelf systems, and they do have benefit administration. A lot of companies do. And so I would hope that we would have some sort of a committee almost, like our joint IT committee, look at these things so we can coordinate, because it would save a lot of money. $9 million a year to patch a system is ridiculous. You probably get we could have gotten a new DOL system for that.
Yeah, if I may, and certainly, I mean, to your initial point, yeah, this will not be, I can guarantee you that, I guess as long as I'm over there, this system RFP will not be targeted to any individual company. It will be open. Now, our consultant, Siegel, has said in terms of large public pension plan IT companies that do specialize in this work, there's probably 4 or 5 companies out there that would bid on a proposal like this, is what we were told. And certainly we can, and I hope we would get bids, competitive bids from, at least those 4 or 5 and others too. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? Okay. Alan, thank you. Committee, we've reached the point where we had intended to break for lunch. The good news is we are about 25 minutes early. Alan, is it possible, since we are early, that we could start back up at 1? Will your people be available at 1 instead of 1:15? Yes. I don't know that we have enough time to start on those topics before lunch, but if we could move up to 1 o'clock, that might get us out a little earlier as we proceed in the afternoon. So let's break for lunch, and we'll be back here starting sharply at 1 o'clock. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. As promised, we're going to start right at 1 o'clock. Little housekeeping, if you have not filled out your voucher, if you could sign that for me and send it my way, I'll get it approved and submitted. Our next item on the agenda is to overview the investment performance and discussion on investments. Alan, are you starting or?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just briefly, and the topics this afternoon include a fuller explanation of the CAPERS investment performance through the end of the fiscal year, so since June 30th. So it pulls it forward from the January or December 31st information I mentioned in the valuation. An overview of the system's investments in China and Hong Kong, and discussion of environmental, social, and governance matters. And then the fourth item really is the Board of Trustees has requested introduction of a bill related to alternative investments, and we can talk about that more fully. So those are the four items under this agenda item, and I'm going to turn the podium over to our new Chief Investment Officer, Bruce Fink. Although he's been with the system, he was our Deputy Chief Investment Officer for Public Markets since 2013. So he's had a good, long experience with CAPERS, and the CAPERS investment team has a wealth of investment experience through St. Mary's College in Notre Dame, Indiana, City of Cincinnati, City of Orlando, the state of Indiana. He has a degree from the University of Akron and a master's from the University of Central Florida, and he's a chartered financial analyst as well. So sort of baptism by fire. I'm going to let Bruce share the podium, and I'm sure he'll do very well responding to any questions, and then I'll come back on the board request for the introduction of the bill, if that works for you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alan. Bruce, welcome. Congratulations on the new position.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for that introduction, Alan. My role today is to present four items, as Alan has kindly laid out: the investment performance on the total fund through the fiscal year end 2022. I'll provide a little bit of background on the board's request, legislative request, and then Alan, I think we'll talk a little bit more about that after I wrap up. An overview of our investments in China and Hong Kong, and then a brief discussion of environmental, social, and governance matters. The last two items, I'm hoping the information provided is somewhat foundational as those issues are thought about and talked about. So perhaps turning to slide 3 in your book. You've seen some of this information earlier during the actuarial discussion, but I'd like to try to just hit a couple of additional points. What we're looking at here is just an executive summary of performance on the total fund through June 30, 2022. Return numbers are towards the top. You can see the data. The chart at the bottom is simply a graphical representation. As I think was highlighted earlier, longer fiscal year to date returns through 2022 are negative 4.7%. It was quite an extraordinary fiscal year. Fiscal year started off very, very strong through December 31st, 2021, sorry. The fund was up 5.9% the following 6 months through June 30 with events in Ukraine and central banks raising interest rates globally. It was quite a reversal. But nonetheless, over the longer term, which is as a long-term investor, CAPERS is a very long-term oriented investor. Returns remain positive, and the green values in the brackets you see at top are the fund's performance relative to the policy index. And as you will note, we've outperformed, the portfolio has outperformed our policy index over all periods reported. The next couple slides are material that we provide on a regular basis to the investment committee of the board. Slide 4 in your book Just highlights that as of June 30, the net asset value of the total fund was about $24.3 billion. Some of the same return numbers I just presented, so I'll direct your attention to the asset allocation chart to the left. These are the actual allocations to the various asset classes in the portfolio as of June 30 relative to the target allocation. Generally speaking, we were underweight public equities as of June 30, and the overweight in turn was in our private real estate and private markets alternatives programs, as you can see on this particular chart. The rest of the asset classes were relatively in line with their target allocation. Slide 5, again, another piece of information we provide the investment committee. Returns at the top, again, are as we've already discussed. Direct your attention to the bottom or the right corner, the standard deviation. This is our measure of risk in the portfolio. This is the volatility of returns at the total fund level over the trailing 3-year period. The total fund risk, total standard deviation was about approximately 10.1% per annum. The policy index, the risk in the underlying policy index was about 11.5. So our risk in the portfolio is modestly lower than what might be defined in our policy index. The rolling 3-month excess return is just an indication of consistency in performance relative to our benchmark. And just to note that bars to the top, to the north indicate outperformance in a particular 3-month period. Those below are underperformance, again, relative to our benchmark. And just to provide a sense of consistency of relative return to of the portfolio to the policy benchmark. Excuse me. Moving to slide 6, we're now looking at fiscal year returns again for 2022. Again, the total portfolio in the top chart, negative 4.7, outperforming the policy benchmark of negative 8.5. Nonetheless, negative returns for the year. The top chart really contains our public market asset classes, those that are influenced and affected by public market equities and interest rates on public bonds and related types investments. While all the asset classes were in fact negative, they all were relatively in line with the underlying benchmarks for each of those asset classes, indicating that the risk profile within those asset classes are very similar to the benchmarks that we've developed for these strategies. On the bottom chart, we can see our real return portfolio and our cash portfolio. I'd just like to highlight the real estate portfolio. This is our private real estate portfolio and the alternative investment program, which is again is the subject of the legislation request that we'll speak about here in a moment. Those have posted some very outstanding and honestly very outsized returns for the fiscal year, as you can see reflected on this particular chart. It's due to these returns that our portfolio in aggregate outperformed the policy benchmark. These returns, I guess, caution are probably not repeatable. And in fact, as we've seen some of the public market valuations start to be incorporated in our private equity and our real estate portfolios, we are seeing some moderation of these returns. So again, at this point in time, it was a very big contributor. But going forward, I think our expectations are a bit more obviously muted than this graph would represent. And then the last return graphs that I will speak to are on page 7 or slide number 7. And again, I noted at the outset that CAPERS, the system is a very long-term oriented investor. You had a conversation about actuarial valuations over long periods of time, looking at liabilities over many, many years. Fiscal year numbers are very important for financial reporting purposes, but from an investment management or portfolio management perspective, longer-term returns are what we're striving to achieve in order to fund the liabilities of the system over a very long periods of time. So I've included here just the 5- and 10-year total returns at the total fund level. Again, the total portfolio is reflected to the far left, and then just again a breakdown of returns for each of the asset classes in the portfolio. Again, a relatively high-level picture of performance. As you will note, over the 5 and 10-year period, again, these are as of June 30, 2022, even this does reflect the first half of 2022, which is a very difficult period. Long-term returns across the asset classes are positive. I think in every situation with perhaps a modest underperformance over 10 years for domestic equity of about 10 basis, 0.1%, all the asset classes have outperformed their benchmarks. And again, I would just note the private market real estate and alternative assets have been very strong contributors to performance over long periods of time. So again, just this is how what we think about when we think about structuring a portfolio or these longer term returns. And then, excuse me, maybe just a few comments, economic or market observations. Again, fiscal year 2022 has been a very volatile and difficult period for all investors. Looking forward, inflation remains a top concern. Questions about how quickly we've seen the central banks across the globe, or at least developed market central banks and many emerging, increase interest rates quite dramatically over a relatively short period of time in order to attempt to rein in inflation. Questions that investors are asking themselves is how far will central banks continue to go? How quickly will they continue to raise rates in order to bring inflation under control? And how much of a recession or an economic slowdown are they willing to endure in order to rein in inflation? The invasion of Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, again, is still an issue within markets, certainly impacting Europe and the UK. Energy and energy security continue to remain very acute issues. How that will play out as far as economic growth or possible recession in there is also, obviously a concern. Investors should generally remain cautious. There has been some improvement in returns over recent weeks. October and November have been very positive months. We'll see how the rest of the calendar year plays out. But over 2023 and into next year, I guess my expectations are that we're still going to see some relatively low returns and a great deal of volatility. So again, the system continues to maintain a long-term perspective in the investment portfolio. We're cognizant of some of the short-term activity, obviously. We hear about it every day, we all do. But we're trying to continue to maintain a longer-term focus. So those are my comments on performance. I may perhaps, if I could pause for a question or two questions before we move on to some of the other topics.
Bruce, thank you. I know we have some members that maybe their involvement in the KPERS functions haven't been as extensive as some of the rest of us. Could you, for the committee, kind of take us through your different levels of investment management, or how investment decisions are made from KPERS board down to your individual fund managers? I know, at least I'm confident that if Alan comes in the office tomorrow and says, I really like Jersey subs, buy Jersey subs.
I'm there quite often, more than I should be, but no, I don't think it's worth as an investment. I'd be happy to. That's a great question. This all really starts with an asset liability study. Actually, I'll even take a step back from that. It all starts with the liabilities. What are the liabilities are the driving force that feed into our portfolio. Every 3 years or so, we conduct an asset liability study where we take the liability structure and then overlay various portfolios and strategies over that to try to model and create a portfolio that achieves funding goals, employer cost contribution, management, things like that. So that's the top level. The board is very involved, obviously, in setting those parameters. In fact, we are starting the next triennial study in January of 2023, so that's going to be kicking off next year. Once those strategies, and be cognizant of time, it could be a long answer, but once those asset allocation strategies are developed, we then go through a process of reviewing our implementation. How are we investing in domestic equities? How are we investing in international equities? How is the private markets portfolio structured? Is our core real estate portfolio? We go through a process to evaluate that. Once we have set on, and this again is done with the investment committee, Once we have defined those implementation strategies, our next step is to then look at the managers we've hired to execute those strategies. So a similar process with the managers. Are the managers fulfilling their mandate? Are they still relevant to the implementation strategy that we've just developed, or relevant to the asset allocation or the asset strategy that we've developed? So that's kind of the top-down process, and then as an ongoing effort is monitoring those managers. Quarterly, at least quarterly, we're in touch with our managers. We meet with the managers on the public market side, review performance, discuss staffing, discuss investment philosophy, any changes in those areas. So that's kind of the bottom-up approach to managing. So hopefully. Okay, thank you, yes. And Alan pointed out, we are all externally managed, so there's no assets that are managed by Caper staff internally. So we hire all external managers to implement or to execute that implementation strategy.
You have an overall fund manager who then would employ individual fund managers?
That comes from the investment committee, from staff, and from our general consultants, and then we have specialty consultants for our private equity program and our real estate. So that group is who's defining and structuring those managers, yes.
Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the session, we heard that we had some investments in Russia, I believe, and that we shouldn't count on getting those back. They would keep it. Do we have any hope of that? And wasn't it about 36 million?
34, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, that's accurate. Currently, there's no expectation that we're going to realize anything off those investments. Russia's still not trading. We do still have the shares on the ownership interest on our books. So in the event the market opens at some future date and sanctions are relieved and value can be taken out of those, we still have ownership. It's just valued at zero.
Well, I know it sounds like a small amount, but 36 million to me is no drop in the bucket. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? Representative Johnson and then Tarwa. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the overview. Similar on the question that the chair had asked, I know that our domestic equity is largely indexed and the others are more actively managed. And then in the alternative investments, could you walk us through just a little of that? And that looks like that was one of the keys to the attribution, with us outperforming the benchmark consistently on return and even underperforming on risk. So while you said we might not expect that magnitude of outperformance that we currently see, how does that play into our benchmark and the importance of our performance? So maybe an example of an alternative investment that we have, how we select it, how that performs, and thank you.
Sure, excellent question. You're correct. On the domestic equity program, that is in fact 100% passively managed. So there is no active management being hiring managers who are making decisions to purchase a particular equity to outperform the market. On domestic equities, it's passively managed, so we're accepting the market return and market risk. We do have active management in the rest of the public market. Well, there's a small, sorry, let me kind of jumping ahead. We have some passive management in our international equity program, but 90% of that program is actively managed. We have some inflation-linked bonds, which are hedges against inflation, that are also passively managed. Then the balance of the portfolio is actively managed. Within the private equity program, I guess the majority, the vast majority of that are larger buyout funds. So these are partnerships that we are a limited partner with, where the manager is financing or acquiring various companies, providing some operational expertise, perhaps in some cases, to improve revenues, to improve operating results, to increase margins. Those are the types of investments that we're looking for on our private equity side. That's the vast majority. We have some other a small, very small allocation to venture capital, some growth equity, which is kind of a, not quite a large buyout, but not quite venture capital. So it's a diversified portfolio even within the private equity program. I hope that answers your question.
Additional questions? Representative Tarwater?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it turns out I do have a question after all. So if the alternative investments continue to gain and our other investments continue to lose, we'll get to that 15% mark, whether or not we purchase any more alternative investments. What happens then? Can we, if they continue to rise and the other decline, do we have to shed some of them?
That's an excellent question and really leads into the next part. But to answer your question, yes, if the alternative assets continue to outperform the rest of the portfolio, the representation, the percentage of the portfolio is going to increase. And that's in fact what's been happening over the last year as the public market assets have declined, as we saw in the top chart on a few slides ago, and private equity and our alternative assets continue to increase. The representation within the total fund grew. And if we hit the 15%, and maybe if I may, or I don't want to jump ahead if there's other questions on performance, but if we do hit the 15%, then we are required to stop making additional investments in alternatives.
Senator Fagg, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce, thank you for your presentation.
Sir.
I was on the bond side and getting into real estate and that kind of thing. What kind of duration do you have in those?
On our core fixed income, we are very close to a benchmark duration, and I would honestly need to check that because I'm going to say it's 5-ish years on core bonds, but I would appreciate checking that. You know, with interest rates rising, the duration on that benchmark is obviously changing, but we are benchmark-like duration. They are not long duration core fixed income portfolios. On the inflation-linked bond side, those tend to be longer duration just by the nature of the investments.
Follow-up. Thank you. I know when you look back a year ago, interest was zero, absolutely zero, and you look at that and say, it's got to go up. If it goes up, the value goes down. So I guess I'm sitting there saying, why would we be in bonds, you know, at that point in time? Just from the natural thing that goes on. And I seen a deal that showed in 2022, that was the first year forever that bonds and stocks were down so bad on both sides.
You're absolutely right.
So I'm surprised we don't have more treasuries in here is what I'm saying.
Well, a few points. We do have treasuries, and I'll hit on that if I may. But you're absolutely right. The first quarter of 2022 was the worst combination of equity returns and U.S. bond returns since the 70s. So it was an extraordinary period for the bond equity relationship. The reason to hold bonds over long periods of time, 5 years, 10 years, longer, is that typically, and again, first quarter of 2022 is an exception, but typically bonds provide very good diversification against some of our growth assets, against equities, and against our private equity, our more growth-oriented, higher risk assets. So that's the reason to hold bonds over a long period of time. To your point on treasuries, we have in fact mandated a minimum treasury holding within our core bond portfolio of 20%. So we have within what we're calling core bonds, and maybe core bonds quick explanation would include very high grade corporate bonds, perhaps some asset-backed securities, but we do require our managers to hold a minimum treasury exposure in that portfolio.
On the policy index, can you talk about that a little bit? Does the board decide what that is, or how often do they review that? That would be my question.
Yeah, good question. The policy index is determined by the board, and it is an outcome of that asset liability study process that I described earlier. And the way it's built from the target allocation. So if we have a 48% or 24% target to domestic equities, the policy component, the policy benchmark component for that would be the Russell 3000 index weighted at 24%. The international equity, again, this is current, would be a 24% target to international equities that came through the asset allocation process that was done in 2020. In the policy benchmark, there's an index that's called the All Country World ex-US Index that's weighted at 24%. And that process continues down the asset classes to build that policy benchmark.
Additional questions? All right.
We move.
Are you going to take us through the 15%
I can move
limit
through
on-
those pretty quickly, a couple more slides, and to the gentleman's representative's question on the 15% statutory limit, and maybe just some background on how we've arrived at this point. So in 2012, the legislature passed a bill to increase, to add a cap of 15% to on our total alternative investments program. Taking that step, looking back over time, was a very important step in the evolution of building this alternatives program, because it allowed us to build a very structured and solid program over the years. Within that alternative investment statute, I've included an excerpt of what alternative investments are, and just briefly, they're obviously not traditional assets like public equities. They're generally made through limited partnership arrangements, and they include, but are not limited to, items like private equity, private credit, hedge funds, et cetera, et cetera. And you can see that this is lifted from the statute. Currently, within the portfolio, we have two strategies that fall under this definition of alternative investments. The first being the private equity program that we talked a little bit about. The second is a program, an infrastructure program, which is a program to invest in highways, utilities, public works projects. Now, these are through general partnerships as well, or similar arrangements. So we are going in as an investor. Currently, and again, as a result of market activity or market events over the last year, right now, our alternative investments, as defined statutorily, are sitting at 13.3%. So just under that 15%, that 15% limit dictated by statute. And as I mentioned earlier, if we hit that 15% or that 15% is breached, we will be required to stop making additional investments. There's no requirement to divest or to reduce those investments, but we cannot make additional investments in anything that's defined as an alternative investment. And the impact, if that were to occur, the impact on the program, well, there's three listed here. The two of them are probably of primary importance. One is that if we have to stop the program and restart the program and stop, you can kind of imagine a scenario where we're above 15% for a few months, we're stopped, we go below 15% for a few months, we try to restart back and forth. That would be introduce a level of risk into the program that may not be acceptable. It's called vintage years risk, which is simply we try to pace our investments across time so that we're not overly focused on a particular year or investing in a particular market cycle or economic cycle. So by starting and stopping, we introduce that risk. The other factor in private equity, particularly in private markets in general, is we have, over the last 10 years, been able to establish some very good investment relationships with top-tier firms. If we're out of the market for an extended period of time, those relationships may fall by the wayside. We may have trouble getting back into the top-tier firms. I don't want to overstate, but it's a fact. It's the way that the market works. And all these lead to the potential of impacting expected returns on the program. So investment staff and our consulting group had recommended to the board that we try to take this approach to try to amend this statute. And Alan, I think will give you a little more detail on that. But that's the logic and the investment rationale behind this particular item.
Senator Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the explanation. Just so I'm tracking here, when we talk about these alternative investments, would these be like exotic financial instruments like credit default swaps, things maybe on secondary markets or things like that? There's not a lot of transparency. Give me some examples here.
So on the private equity side, the example, the large buyout funds that I used a bit earlier. So these are investment pools that are that are looking to invest in large companies, provide financing, perhaps take over or acquire companies for the purposes of I don't want to use re-engineering because that can be kind of a pejorative term, but to improve the company's operations. Many of these large buyout firms have operational experts on staff that know how to run particular industries, so they will go in and then, look for ways to increase margin, to increase revenue, to reduce cost, may do some balance sheet restructuring, but try to add value through those methods. Infrastructure is another strategy, and again, that goes back to again, through investment vehicles. We are a limited partner in a structure or an investment vehicle that's looking to finance airports or public infrastructure, toll roads, that type of thing. So to your point, this is not the credit default swap market. This is not, even though hedge funds are defined as alternatives in statutes, we are not investing in hedge funds. So it's those are the two examples I would offer in our current alternatives exposure.
Okay, so, and these are things that would you consider these illiquid investments?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and but it sounds like it's not stuff where like you're packaging stuff up and selling it to somebody else. It sounds like more just a long-term, like for leverage buyouts, or maybe that's not the right term, but just basically for types of investment pools where you're making long-term investments and you have a long-term investment horizon. Would that be correct?
Absolutely, yes. The life of these partnerships are 10+ years. So when we enter into a new partnership, there's an investment period initially where capital is being deployed. These underlying companies are being managed during that time, or acquired and managed, and then there's an exit that might be 10 or 12 or perhaps longer down the road. So yes, they are long-lived.
So we're not in any situations where you have maybe like a misalignment of investment time horizons, where there's a misalignment there and somebody gets stuck. You have, in essence, have a moral hazard and somebody gets stuck holding the bag on this stuff. This is not, we don't have an exposure to those types of scenarios.
I wouldn't characterize, no, we don't have exposure to that, but they are a liquid, and part of the asset allocation, the asset liability study process, we take that lack of liquidity into account as those allocations are sized, or that target allocation for private equity is sized. Because obviously we don't want to have to sell, or if we even could, we wouldn't want to have to try to liquidate a private equity position in order to pay benefits next month, right? And that's an extreme. But so the lack of liquidity in that particular sleeve is offset by adequate liquidity elsewhere.
So these are just long-term investments. It's not like an arbitrage situation or something like that.
No, it is not a hedge fund. It's not a securitization scenario, as you started to allude to, collecting assets and trying to repackage them and resell them. That's not the focus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the overview of all of that, and trying to get a handle on how we might compare to other systems, which is really hard. To Senator Holland's question, there's a lot that can go into alternative investments, so a cap here and a cap there may not be comparable, but is there any general sense of where other states are in their exposure to the types of alternative investments that we would like to continue to gain exposure to?
Thank you for that question. We did look at that, the system's exposure to alternative investments across the program, and have compared ourselves to other public funds, and we do have that data. I don't have it here, but I would summarize by saying that our allocation, I think it's safe to say, was at the lower end of that scale. If you look at a histogram or chart of where we fall, and then on the cap side, the 15% cap side, what we're trying to do, and Alan probably will hit on this as well, but we're trying to take the cap, trying to delegate to the board the authority to set that cap. That's more common. That's what we're more commonly seeing across other plans. So the cap, while it was in place, was a very good control for a relatively new program at the time when it was implemented. Now the program is very mature and well-structured, and we're looking to kind of exercise that prudent expert responsibility of the board and placing that authority at the board level. Yes, sir.
Senator Holland?
I'm sorry, this fascinates me. So what was the impetus of the legislature back in 2012? It sounds like if this alternative investments structure was there already, what was the impetus where the legislature put that on? Was there something in the financial world they got excited about, or what?
No, I think it might have. I think there's a history of the alternatives program that goes back to 2002, as I recall, and in 2002 there were other restrictions that were on the program that caused the starting and stopping that I was describing earlier. So that happened for 3 or 4 or 5 years in the mid 2000s, and this was the initiative to somewhat increase that to avoid that starting and stopping. And again, it worked very well at that time, because if you think maybe we were at 5% allocation, so to get from 5% to 15% literally took us 10 years to get there. So now we're at that 15%, coming back to see if we can ameliorate that issue.
I very much like this idea of the cap, because I mean, the alternatives, they're definitely nowhere as transparent as the rest of your portfolio. There's not really as much accountability. They're illiquid. They're tougher to unwind from. And I think it's very prudent we have that cap in place, so we can't run amok.
It's my expectation that the board would set a cap as well. But that's only my expectation. As we have that asset liability discussion with the board and get to the end of it, then have that discussion of where should that cap be.
Great, thank you.
Yes, I know. Thank you, Alan. So Alan just reminded me, the next slide in the deck on page 10, in addition to the 15% cap in statute that we're discussing, there are a number of other guide rails or guidelines that also are incorporated in the statute that will remain in the statute, assuming, I mean, if a change is made. We're not suggesting any changes to the balance of the statute, and we've outlined here just a few of those additional guidelines that are in statute that we anticipate would remain in statute, and you can read, these are lifted from the statute, but they require a qualified independent expert for every deal that's considered or made, require due diligence, which we obviously would do. Any new commitments would have to be consistent with our investment policy. Requires policies and procedures to be put in place to manage these types of investments, which has been achieved over the last 10 or 15 years. And then there's a list of diversification type investment or restrictions or requirements that we have and will continue to follow.
Any additional questions? Going to take us through the
China. I'm happy to move on to the last two items if there's no other questions on the statutory limit. So the next two topics, I'm sure everyone is aware, have been very top of mind for policymakers here and policymakers around the country. The first is investment exposure to China and Hong Kong. The second is environmental, social, and governance issues. I guess what we hope to accomplish with just these three very brief slides is to provide somewhat of a foundation for the committee to help think about these particular issues, or hopefully. So the slide 11 is really nothing more than a fact sheet. These are the system's exposures to China and Hong Kong as of September 30. As of September 30, the system's investments in China represented about 1.45% of the total fund, and in Hong Kong, about 0.8% of the total fund. Most of virtually the entire exposure is within our international equity program, which is the second main bullet on this slide, which is simply a fact sheet or an accounting of the system's exposure to Hong Kong and China relative to the international equity program. So within the international equity program, China represents 10.4, I'm sorry, China and Hong Kong together represents about 10.4% of the portfolio. And the breakdown between China and Hong Kong and is provided here. We have a very, very small allocation to China private equity. It represents about $41 million, or about 17 basis points of the portfolio, so very small. China obviously is a major economy. We are global investors. Through our international equity program and that management, we do have exposure to both China and Hong Kong. So.
Senator Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just so I understand, obviously you've explicitly listed China/Hong Kong here. So why are they explicitly called out and say maybe not other countries? It could be viewed as a economic or as a competitor, or maybe even as like a concern from a defense perspective.
I think there's two parts to that. The answer has two parts. One, it's top of mind for China and Hong Kong investing has been top of mind for many policymakers. But secondly, China is depending on which way you want to account for it, is either the top or the second largest economy in the world. So the sheer size of China is why those two reasons are why we're bringing this to your attention.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I mean, just as a very small manufacturing startup, I'm having to bring stuff in from Shenzhen, and with COVID-19, it made me painfully aware of supply chains and those delays. And so I was trying to figure out, is it the integration of China, the size of China? I mean, and if so, I guess, do you have other parameters for basically elevating the visibility of other countries? Should it require it? Like, I mean, do we care about India necessarily, or other emerging markets where we have billions of potential consumers or consumers? I mean,
and we do have investments across the world in various countries. We do monitor exposure at the country level and the regional level, or we monitor exposure at the developed market level and the emerging market level, and then within each of those broader buckets, if you will, at the country level. Those are discussions we have with our external managers who are making these investment decisions. They are the ones that are determining which underlying equities to purchase on our active international portfolios, which again represents 90% of our international equity allocation. So yes, all of that is being monitored and assessed. These managers are making, through their analysis of a particular company, obviously have to take into consideration the regulatory environment in the country and all the factors that you've somewhat alluded to.
okay, so it is basically economic size as well as geopolitical that kind of figure all into raising awareness and visibility.
Yes, and this is, again, a topical issue at the moment. So we're, again, trying to provide some foundational information to interested parties or stakeholders in the system. So to try to just provide, again, the setting. This is where we're at.
Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the overview. Trying to get an idea, I think the relevant piece that we want to make sure we know is how we manage the risk in the portfolio, what types of things we can do either way, and of course, one risk in the past, China had been a driver of portfolios, so not having China would have been a risk. As we look to that, that's the real question. The smaller questions that I have deal with, China's considered emerging and Hong Kong is considered developed. Is there any real difference as I look to the risk given the developments over the last couple of years? As I look to that, how would I, you mentioned that it's second largest. If I look at the Morgan Stanley, I think it's all cap world. It's the second largest. I'm not sure in our other international funds, that 10% that we index, do we do that to the EPA? Do we do that to the all cap world? Kind of what is that exposure, good, bad, or indifferent that it has in that world market capitalization? How do we continue to assess the risk that it has to this? Other countries as well, but particularly the heightened risk that China may have. And finally, how would we execute on that? So if you can add any color to the fact sheet, that would be great.
I will try. So you're right. The all country world index ex-US, so excluding the US, is the index, the benchmark that we index to. That represents 10% of the total international equity portfolio. Our active managers, the other 90%, are also benchmarked to that same index. But because they're active managers, they are not trying to replicate the index. So they will hold or not hold, a benchmark weight in China. Benchmark weight in China for Chinese equities is, sorry, I have it here, 9.2%. So we may have a manager that has more exposure to China or less exposure, or I don't know that we have any that don't have any exposure, but maybe minimal exposure. But on the passive side, yes, we will hold, because it's a fully replicated portfolio, which means that the manager holds all the stocks in that particular benchmark in the weight that the benchmark provider has defined. So there's certainly, because China's equity is a component of that benchmark, we will hold those names.
So in the 9 point, what was that China only, or was that China and Hong Kong? I know I'm splitting hairs at that point.
I believe that is China only. I would like to check that, though.
So, and then that would show that the current exposure that we have would be slightly light to the benchmark between China and Hong Kong. So just trying to get an idea of where we are. And then should there be an activity, and whether or not we would know quickly enough that we wanted to divest from China, as we might have wanted to divest from Russia, how might we even consider that? What's the time frame? And I'm not saying that we would, but as we ask those questions, how would we look at it?
Well, I would say the first line would be our active managers. First of all, they're the ones who are making the underlying investment decisions of whether to hold a particular name or not. Each of our 4 active managers has a presence in China. They have, I know, I'm trying to tick through them. I know, in fact, definitely the one has an office in Shanghai, and I believe the others have either on the ground analysts and portfolio managers. So they are really, from an investment perspective, our first line of understanding what's happening with that, which is true regardless of its, whichever country we're talking about. It's true with all of our assets. The second part of your question, I think, comes down to a policy decision. And limiting, as a very general statement, the more limiting policy decisions are in an investment program, you can run the risk of giving up expected return or increasing risk of a portfolio. So again, you've got the policy decision and the investment decision, which I would defer on the policy decision.
So thank you. And then just to revisit the fact that the investment companies themselves in a country the size of China have an active presence there, where they are monitoring those situations, monitoring those risks, relative to that specific opportunity and the other opportunities around the world, seeking every day to maximize performance.
Absolutely.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Holland?
Just quick follow-up, just so I understand, but when you look at, and so you have an active manager, and he or she basically says, just for pure economic reasons, for rate of return reasons, here is an investment security or equity, whatever, that I want to start getting out of. I don't believe in it any longer. And there's going to be, so to avoid significant loss on your existing return on investment, you're basically going to unwind that position gradually, right? Or some horizon not to upend the market. Would that be correct? I guess my point is that whether you make a decision to get out of a specific equity wherever it's at, or for some geopolitical or whatever reason say, hey, we've got to just get out of this stuff, it seems to me that there's some window there, a horizon to unload those or offload that without exacerbating a run or something like that. Or does that not work at all? I'm just curious.
No, let me see if I think this may help. Anytime a manager is selling securities, they're going to be cognizant of the impact they're going to have in the market, the local market. I mean, countrywide, I mean, for China and other developed markets, these are huge markets. So if our particular manager decided to sell company A, and even if they decided to sell it all at one time, as opposed to legging out of it, they would likely not have I'm going to generalize a little bit, but they would be cognizant of the market impact. So if they represented such a large percentage of that particular name in the market, such a large multiple of daily liquidity, they would have to manage that prudently to exit. If it were a decision to carte blanche exit today from companies that begin with a C, that could be costly in terms of transaction cost and market impact.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay. Do you want to take us through ESG?
Certainly, and I realize I think I'm running long. Okay. So the last topic, again, is a topical, top of mind discussion, environmental, social, and governance issues. And again, what would like to try to do is, again, set some foundations, set some groundwork, provide some groundwork, I should say, better way of saying it, on this matter and how we are thinking about these issues. So definitionally, ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance investments. These are mandates that certain investors pursue, enter into, in order to advance particular social or environmental goals. On the governance side, the G of this, an acronym, has been managed and monitored by institutional investors for many, many years. This is not, the governance side is not new. Issues like executive pay and stock options, those have all been focused on by institutional investors over the years. So really it's the E and the S that I think are have become very high level, very high focus at the moment. So within CAPER's portfolio, within the systems portfolio, we see the potential impact of ESG most prominently within our equity program. This is where you hear a lot about managers investing clients' assets to meet certain ends. It's typically on the investment side. We see ESG's impact on investors kind of writ large, can impact equity investors in perhaps three ways. The first and the most obvious is if an investment manager is making investment decisions, buying and selling particular companies or not buying particular companies in order to advance a particular social or environmental objective. So you have a portfolio, the investment manager is managing that portfolio to ends, to environmental or social ends. If that's the investor's wish and the manager is doing that, the manager is handling those assets, according to the investor's wishes. The second level of where ESG preferences might be expressed by an equity manager is at the corporate level, where the corporate entity is involving itself in environmental or social matters, not necessarily through an investor or client's portfolio, but as a corporate entity. So that's a second level as we think about ESG relative to the system's portfolio. And then the third area is within proxy voting. Equities, in an equity portfolio, there is proxy voting activity. Shareholders have a right to vote in annual meetings and other special meetings. So in exercising those votes, an investor can express their own environmental and social preferences. The manager, if the manager has been delegated those authority to vote those proxies, can also express perhaps the manager's preferences if there's no other guidance available. But so the way this is handled with the system is we have delegated the authority to vote proxies to our managers with the restriction that they serve as fiduciaries for the system. So when they vote proxies or when proxies are being voted by any of our equity managers, we require that they serve their fiduciary purpose and vote in the best interest of the system. So the system does not or has not invoked any ESG we do not invest in any ESG focused mandates. We have not invoked any ESG restrictions on any of our managers, so wanted to point that out. Slide 13 then is really the policy and statutory guidance that we operate under, on the ESG front. So any decisions that are made by trustees, by staff, by our consultants, by our investment managers are governed by many things, but just to highlight Section 13 in the investment policy statements, which deal with socially and politically responsible investments. First of all, again, all of our managers, all of the investment staff, each consultant, and the trustees are all fiduciaries of the system. As fiduciaries, it is their first responsibility and highest responsibility to make sure that the assets of the system are invested prudently and for the sole benefit of members and beneficiaries. We also have a statement on standards to judge investment opportunities, and I'll step back. I consider proxy voting or the ability to vote proxies as an asset of the system. It is a right and it has value. It may not have monetary value, but it certainly is an asset of the system that needs to be exercised and managed. So even though this particular segment and the one I'll speak to in the statute are dealing with money more directly, I believe this encompasses the value, the asset called voting rights. So again, you're welcome to read the investment policy statements. Standard to judge investment opportunities are, and the expectation is that each decision would seek to achieve the highest risk at the commensurate reasonable rate of, the highest return at a commensurate level of risk. And then again, this statement is in our policy. The criteria other than these will not override the above. Again, this is what we follow. This is how the portfolio is managed. This is provided to each of our investment managers. And then the last item reference then is state statute. Again, the piece of this particular statute has been repeated here, and I will just perhaps again point to the bolded section at the end where we've added emphasis that no monies in the fund shall be invested or reinvested if the sole or primary investment objective is for economic development or social purposes or objectives. So this is in the statute, and again, as statute, this is how we handle and manage the portfolio.
Thank you very much. Committee.
Pleasure.
Questions or comments? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, and my apologies, Mr. Chair, to have questions and comments. So thanks for walking through this, and I think a lot of the ESG concern has been around selection, and with 100% of our domestic equity portfolio index, that selection issue would essentially be off the table.
Absolutely, yes.
But it would point to the proxy voting value.
Yes.
And how that is handled is key. And currently, you said our managers do vote those for us. How do we give them direction about what is in the best fiduciary interest of the plan? And then how do we know how those shares are voted?
Great question. So on the communication piece, we obviously we do provide the investment policy statement and statutes to our managers. We actually provide them the investment policy statement every year. Through our quarterly meetings, we do have discussions and we do monitor that fiduciary relationship. The delegation of the authority to the manager to vote these proxies is premised on the idea that the manager is, by virtue of their underwriting or their analysis of particular companies and names, are in the best position to determine on a particular proxy item what is how to vote that in the best interest of their clients. So they're doing the analysis, they're doing the legwork, they're conducting the manager or the company meetings. They are the closest and in our opinion are the best situated to make that decision. So that decision has been delegated to them under the fiduciary responsibility umbrella. On the second part of your question and how we monitor this, we do each year review and have a service who provides us an analysis of all the proxy votes that our equity managers cast over the fiscal year. And in fact, we are at the end of that process, and we wrap that review up in December. So we have started the review for fiscal year 2022. So in the coming weeks, we will have our regular analysis of how they voted, how their votes in a general sense. We're not looking at each 80. There's 80,000 votes that were voted in fiscal year 2021 or proxy. So I'm not going to say that we're looking at each one, but we tried to look at the voting activity at a somewhat higher level. That happens in December. There's a meeting set up in a week or two. And then there's a report that goes to the Board of Trustees at the January meeting where we'll provide some summary and overview information on that proxy voting activity.
So thank you. And that every vote I get, we probably don't need to sweat the auditor vote and a number of things, which are probably the majority of votes cast. However, with the stakeholder or shareholder activism promoted by CEO Larry Fink at BlackRock, we want to make sure that those interests are in line with Kansas fiduciary interests also, and that becomes more of a challenge, although I would still agree the votes are selected. So then the next challenge is how do we make sure that that happens? If it doesn't, how expensive is it for us to vote those shares in a means other than what power are we giving up if we vote with the board? And there are a number of questions that are there. But it is that shareholder activism that has been encouraged. And I was made aware in some cases we have done a great job managing expenses. And I truly want to congratulate the board, the team, everyone managing that. But it is possible at some point when I'm able to get index management for maybe 4 basis points or fewer, that I am also a part of a product as well as a customer in what else is in that package. So that's where I want to make sure that we have a keen awareness of, are those managers in line in executing the significant power that we're giving them in the block of assets that are there. And at a high level, I wouldn't have that comfort level. That December review may be something that we want to get a better handle on, whether it's to go back. I mean, we haven't had a vote like the engine number 1 proposal in June of a year ago. There may be folks that are interested in the issues brought to Walmart and TJX, and they're getting lengthier, unfortunately. It would be great if the SEC would cooperate with those companies and say, we're not going to let things that are far afield even be brought up. Another situation we can't control, but these issues are getting stickier for us, and I think we, unfortunately, may need more resources to be able to get a good handle on them.
Okay. Thank you. Noted.
Senator Holland?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some quick questions so I understand. So, and I appreciate Representative Johnson's comment. I think you verified it, but just so I understand, our domestic equity portfolio, that's index funds, so there is no individual
Yes, sir.
picking? Okay, what about our domestic income investments? What are?
The bond investing?
Yeah.
The core bond portfolio, that's actively managed.
Okay, so they're picking individual.
Yes, individual bonds. That's correct.
Okay, and so have you ever had situations in the past where maybe the operational practices of the corporation, whatever, were brought to the attention, the active manager brought that to the attention of you guys, or are they just not sharing that with you? It's just, here's the return.
I'm sorry, the question, it was,
The question would be would there be a situation of where that active manager would feel compelled to raise to the Capers board, the trustees, whatever, if there are some questionable, I'm just curious, operational procedures of what that particular corporation was doing, of instruments they were planning to invest or had holdings in?
On an active manager, I guess my expectation is if the active manager became aware of that situation, that they would very quickly be exiting the company. If it rose to that level, and then perhaps could have a discussion of, what happened. But on a proxy, on a proxy matter, I don't know, it's an interesting question.
So, but basically, because they're an active manager and you're paying for that, you're assuming that they're going to weigh that into their considerations.
That's what they're hired to do, yes.
Okay. And then just kind of like for my own benefit, I'm just kind of curious, when we talk about our domestic portfolio, for corporations who are based in Kansas, does our Capers, do we have positions in companies in Kansas? And so yeah, I guess it's my first question. So do we?
If that company is in the Russell 3000 index, we likely own a shares of those. I don't have the data to tell, I mean, I'm sure we can collect it, but I don't have that data to say that we own X amount of shares in company one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then on the income side, the core bonds, whatever, we have some positions in Kansas firms as well.
It's something I'd have to look into, yes, on the corporate bond side. I mean, it's very likely.
This was just for my own edification. I'm just curious, is that always treated like as a pure blind where in reality, Capers has we don't, when it comes to domestic investments, we really have no knowledge of where that's at either in or out of Kansas.
I guess I would point back to the closing statement on slide 13. We are not directing money. Let me step back. We do not manage any money internally. We have delegated that authority, that responsibility to external managers. And so, yeah, to your point, we as Capers are not directing a manager to invest in a Kansas firm or any, or that,
A domestic Kansas entity would be considered economic development, so gotcha. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Additional comments or questions? Would like to follow up on one statement you made, hoping for greater emphasis. You briefly touched on policy decisions have the ability to either diminish returns or increase risk. And I firmly believe that. That is something that I think when we start talking about requiring our pension fund to divest from a country or a political stance or a company because of political stance within that company, we do diminish returns, we do increase risk. I don't think that the legislature has the knowledge nor the sophistication or the ability to manage investments. And so I think that's a really slippery slope that we may be drug into this year that we need to be very, very careful as we move forward. Anything else? Okay. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Committee, at this time, we're going to open it up to Alan to talk to us about the requirement of post-audit every 3 years and some suggested topics.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could back up just one item or
Back
go to
up
that and
as
come
far
back.
as you want to.
I'm sorry, just to bring to your attention, in your notebook behind the blue tab behind Bruce's presentation is just the official letter requesting introduction of a bill on behalf of the Board of Trustees to this committee. And it does, it's to that very point of changing the cap from a statutory cap to a cap as set by the Board of Trustees. And you can read the letter, again, that whole page of all the current guide rails, safeguards, whatever you want to call them, in terms of alternative investments remain. But anyway, maybe that's a discussion for another day. The current statutory cap, again, has been in place since 2012. It's fluctuation in the markets. We're getting closer to that 15%, again, as Bruce has said. And so I guess today I'm, on behalf of the board, requesting at the appropriate time, introduction of a bill to change who controls that cap or who sets that cap. And there's a draft bill. It has not been blessed by the revisers. We went way out on the limb and took a really rough run at it, but I'm sure they have some fine tuning that'd be appropriate. So.
Okay. You want to talk about the performance audit?
Thank you. The very last page in your book, just to remind you, there's a statute, and we've been visiting with legislative post-audit staff. There's a current statutory requirement that every 3 years there'll be a performance audit. Of course, there's the statute that says there has to be the annual financial compliance audit, which our financial auditor does it, and then we give that to legislative post-audit. But this is a performance audit, and again, it's supposed to be once every 3 years. The post-audit committee, of course, certainly always looks for suggestions from the Joint Pensions Committee. The last one was on the DROP program, and so that was an audit then in 2020, which reviewed that whole DROP program. Again, as you heard from Jared earlier today, that applies to members of the Highway Patrol and the KBI. And so I think the good thing about these performance audits, it gives the opportunity for the legislature to have some in-depth analysis by post-audit on timely topics of your choosing. And so just, I guess, to get the ball rolling, these are 3 topics that at least in trying to gauge legislative interest in, over the last session or 2, these are topics that we have spent, and that's our job, but spent a lot of time responding to legislative inquiries wanting information. Some of those have then rolled forward into bill drafts or actual bills, as David talked this morning. And so there's one, of course, there's the whole working after retirement. There's the KPNF coverage for correctional members. Right now, state correctional officers are in sort of a subgroup of CAPERS. It's called CAPERS Correctional. They have a few, so it's not all the way to police and fire. It does have some earlier normal retirement provisions. And so there's been lots of discussion whether or not is that a good fit there? Should they be in police and fire? And so lots of discussion there, and how other states handle their correctional officers and so forth. And then the last one on this list is the cost of living adjustment for retirees. And as you know, the last one was in 2008, but the person had to be retired 10 years to receive a cost of living adjustment. In Kansas, cost of living adjustments are ad hoc. They're not statutory or, automatic or indexed kind of provisions like in quite a number of other states. So anyway, just bringing these three, I mean, there's other ones, but I guess just that idea that the post-audit committee, I think will be looking to this committee for any suggestions if you have any, and these are just three we thought we'd share with you for starters.
Committee, any questions on that? Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, what have you had the most inquiries on in the last, let's say, 3 years?
The last 3 years, it would probably be cost of living adjustments for retirees, and then working after retirement. But I think, as Senator Diedrich said, 3 years ago, there was quite a bit, and there was a lot, and I think that has somewhat tapered down. Now it's just for working after retirement, there's those current waiting periods. It's either 60 days or 180 days, depending on the age of when you retire. But once they get past that, there's no earnings restriction on the member. They can earn as much as they want. They can work for whoever they want. But then there is that, to help pay that actuarial cost for hiring a retiree back, there's that employer assessment. But I think most employers have sort of navigated that. Either they negotiate a salary for the retiree to help maybe pay for some of that, or the employer just decides we need that position filled and then we'll just go ahead and pay, because it's 30% once it gets over 25,000. So those would probably be the two, just in terms of
follow-up.
Thank you. Would you say, well, and I would agree with the Senator, that as we have looked at shortages on teachers and staffing like that, we addressed some of that or looked at it last year and had quite a bit of conversation. Second question, how many would be affected on the correctional members, or approximately, if that were a topic?
Yeah, probably a couple thousand correctional officers. So that's the state correctional system. And then you get into, do you include juvenile correctional officers? Do you include parole officers, which are part of the State Department of Corrections as well? But probably a couple thousand correctional officers in the
Part of
the
that
adult
discussion could also include locals.
Yes, that's right. Because then we do get that sometimes. That's right, because a lot of the local jails, they're not eligible to belong to CAPERS Correctional, and so they're in regular CAPERS, although they have the option to move all the way to KPNF. But there's interest in that too, for the local correctional officers. There be some equity there, I guess.
And one last question. Thank you. While I would support looking at cost of living because it's gone on, I mean, that's a continual topic year after year. I do wonder about the KPNF correctional issue, because we've had a lot of conversations on our correctional institutions and how can we better serve or meet the needs of our officers, and also a way to retain people in those qualified positions. So thank you for your information, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that all of these have come up. The KPF correctional officers have come up a number of times, and I mean, I personally still think there's an answer in a revision to the Capers Correctional member section that would help with a lot of this, and may be the real answer to look at, because, and I've mentioned before, it's just my personal opinion only, but when you hear the conditions described in the correctional system and the fear and all, I wouldn't care how high the pension was. I would want the other stuff corrected first, because I wouldn't be sure that I'd last until I was vested in KPNF. So I think there's other answers in that could be looked at that may solve some of the issues and keep us away from some of the others.
Additional comments? Okay, thank you, Alan. Like to ask you to stay, if that's possible, as we have our committee discussions on what we want to report in case we need some expertise. Committee, at this time, we will turn our attention to discussions and recommendations for the committee report to the 2023 legislature. We have two issues that I've identified, requests from Capers, and that is the alternative investment cap and the bill introduction. And then also we need to at least reference in the report, I believe, the the LPA topics that have been suggested. So let's turn our attention first to the alternative investment cap bill request. Is there any concerns, questions about that? Is there a consensus to put that in? Representative Neighbor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, actually, I guess my question would be, do you think there would be any problem not having a cap and having people have a lot of questions about why not, or would it be okay to say not to exceed a certain percentage? Is there a better way, or not confine it? I'm just asking for information.
Thank you. Good question. I think given, since this is all part of that fiduciary responsibility of the board, I think, and they're the ones that spend a great deal of time studying it, monitoring it, working with it. I think that was why the board asked for that authority to delegate it, because as Bruce said, this would be part of that asset liability study, which is in some ways perhaps the most important thing the board does. They do a lot of important things, but perhaps the most important thing over the course of a year, and really they do it every 3 years, because that sets the whole investment horizon, what they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and that mix. And so having, as they work on that and decide on that, what that mix should be, to have that flexibility to adjust either up or down the alternative investments, I think is why they ended up that way. But again, you all write the bills, and we'll of course live with it and work with it however your collective wisdom.
Well, going down isn't, I don't think the question, it's how high would you go? And if people would have questions on it, I just ask that as a point of reference, because I know a lot of times we do put an upward limit on it, but I also don't want to confine or cause a problem on that investment side that would cause question among the board or challenge them. And so that was just a point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally have no problem getting rid of a fairly arbitrary cap, in my opinion, but I wonder if it might be appropriate, given the discussion we had in committee yesterday on TEFI and alternative investment in general, if we could make a recommendation on maybe a larger, primer or brief on alternative assets. I think probably many of us start to understand what it is based on our discussions on TEFI, but I think many in the legislature probably have no idea what an alternative investment is possibly, and maybe what the benefits and the risks are of it.
Certainly understand that. I'm wondering, as I think through this, if we have a bill in the respective committees that removes the cap and it becomes apparent that the committees are not, not openly accepting of no cap, then there's certainly the opportunity to have those discussions in committee, amend the bill, and establish a cap through amendment. Might be a better place than us arbitrarily here trying to set a different cap. I would rather approach it with a bill that says no cap, and then if there's not comfort in either House or Senate committee, it could certainly be amended there. It could certainly be amended on the floor. It's going to need to go through the process, and so I'm sure that it'll receive plenty of debate before consensus is made. Okay. I'm seeing consensus on that request. From a procedural standpoint, Alan has brought the LPA topics, but it's my understanding that the actual LPA committee will make that decision on which audit they want. And so I don't know that we want to limit them by limiting Alan's recommendations. They could certainly choose one of these three topics. They could choose an entirely different topic. But I don't know that, since these are the three that Alan sees the most concern about, most questions about, my recommendation would be to submit all three, and then the Legislative Post-Audit Committee will make a decision on which one of those three they feel is best to pursue. So, is Representative Neighbor?
Can we put in a little side note that we had a discussion on the after retirement work, and that seems to have been a little bit more addressed this last session, or as we have looked at it, and maybe that doesn't have quite the high priority that the other two do. I don't know, but I think we've heard today that that's been pretty well discussed and looked at, but that doesn't disqualify it.
I'm confident that when the report comes out, that those comments will be reflected in the report. So, yeah. Representative Holland, or Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just so I understand, and I apologize for going back on this to the committee. So are we basically going to make a recommendation that the cap be removed from the alternative investments percentage of the overall portfolio?
Yeah, the recommendation would be that we introduce the bill that Capers has requested, and then we'll let it go through the process.
And is Capers recommending a cap at this point, or will you guys don't want a cap at this point?
The answer would be a cap is established by the board. So there would be a cap, but the board would establish it, not the statute through the legislature. So
that language will, okay, that's what the language will be.
yeah.
Alan, do you have a preference on where you want that bill to go, or both? I'll take it. Since we know our committee is established and we don't know who the House committee is at this point, we'll take it and go from there. Any other recommendations that the committee would like to see? I'd like to bring up one topic, if I can, for consideration by the committee. I was part of the committee that worked on Tier 3 in 2012. That legislation was actually passed in 12, I believe, with implementation date in 15. So it has been a considerable amount of time since Tier 3 was established, and I don't know that we've made any changes or really had any study on it since. So I would like to see the committee consider asking leadership to establish a select joint committee during this upcoming session to look at the performance of Tier 3 and see if it's performing as we intended, whether it's serving the purpose that we intended, and whether there are adjustments need to be made. I don't think we can do that in an individual committee without a bill, but I think a select committee that would have some time outside of regular committee time might be able to study that and make some recommendations. And I don't want to do it in either the House or the Senate. I'd prefer that we make recommendations for a joint select committee. Comments or discussions on that? Okay, so you have that? JG? Okay, any other comments or recommendations that you feel like need to be in the report? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going a little afield from things that we talked about, but would think of two things that I'd ask that we consider. I'll start with one. As we talked about the COLA, one of the things that we do have for current retirees of Tier 3 is the self-funded COLA option, and I would wonder if we would reconsider the possibility of expanding the self-funded COLA to any new retiree so that they would have that option at their discretion to have a COLA going forward throughout retirement. And it's, I think, a 1 or 2%. And it could be similar to the House bill that had been introduced last year. But to try and help with the COLA issue going forward doesn't help with the COLA issue on the table.
Thoughts or Senator Dietrich?
Could you just explain that a little bit more fully to me? What would that look like? We didn't address that on the Senate side.
Yeah. So on Tier 3, there's an, if I may, Mr. Chair, on Tier 3, there's an option when I retire to take a 1 or 2% increase, I believe. And as I select that higher increase over time, my initial payout commensurately goes down. So the total value is the same, but I can choose whether I have a level payout or a 1 or 2% increase. So I would initially suggest using those. That may or may not be sufficient to the increases that people want, but that would be similar to what is available outside, where you can either have a level payout, but it's that you don't get your cake and eat it too. I can't have a level payout and then increases without paying for it. So
When you said all new retirees, regardless of tier?
right.
Is that what that means? Okay, thank you.
So expanding beyond Tier 3 to the others, and it's something that you could even look at for KPNF or other retirees as well. I believe we could figure out a way to incorporate that for the other retirees.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you, Representative Johnson. So if my understanding is correctly, we would, if somebody were to opt into that idea, they would essentially have to take a pay cut right now in order to get a COLA over time if they're already retired?
So thank you. They wouldn't have to take so if they're already retired, they wouldn't have the option. It would only be to new retirees. I think we'd introduce another challenge to figure it out for existing retirees. But a new retiree, yes, that wouldn't be a pay cut that they'd have, but it absolutely is just what is the same total value for two of you to select how you would like that payout. And the net present value of either is the same, but yes, with the COLA, there is a commensurate reduction in the initial payout.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you. Not to belabor, I just need to understand, if you don't mind. So at what point, if you're Tier 1 or Tier 2, you haven't retired yet, would you select that option?
So if I may, the choice is, as in the general marketplace, you say, okay, my key retirement benefit is my capers. I need that protection over time, and I can either do one of two things. I can not spend all that I have up front and save part of that to account for inflation. I can get some help through this increase. If I'm trying to game the system, I can say the women in my father's family all lived well into their 90s. They might exceed life expectancy. The men make it to about 70, so it doesn't bode well. But I might go for the level payout, right? I could look at those types of things. Certainly, if I had undertaken behaviors since the payouts would be across the entire group, and I had a shorter life expectancy, it wouldn't be in my best interest to do that.
But do you make that selection then at the, as you're ready to retire?
That is my understanding
Is
currently
that your
for Tier
understanding?
3. At that point, I say, here are my options. I can continue with the default, which is no COLA, or if I want to know that I have a 1 or 2%, which isn't a huge COLA, I can look at what that trade-off is and whether or not I want to do it. And I think it does a couple of things. One, it provides that flexibility. It also helps to get an idea of what is the cost impact.
Okay, I understand it now. Thank you.
Representative Johnson, would reintroduction of House Bill 2612 from last session be what you're wanting?
That would be great, and perhaps even more than. It doesn't necessarily have to be that bill, but that's the concept that I would.
Okay.
If introduction of that bill is something folks would be open to, I would suggest that as a starting point.
How does the committee feel about reintroduction of House Bill 2612 from last session? Okay, I'm seeing consensus on that. David, since that was a House bill, we might as well let the House have it. Representative Johnson.
Thank you. The second request that I had, I might like a little color from Mr. Scott on budget pieces, but if indeed there remain an accrual of revenue in excess of expenses, might there be an opportunity for another above and beyond contribution to the Capers Fund as we look to the budget and whether some portion of that could be done? And I would look at it as even looking at while the reamortization meets our need, it doesn't necessarily have to go, or reamortization, the reamortization smooths out our payment so that there's no shock to that system. I still kind of put it in my head as I increase the liability in some percentage. Could I do some amount between 500 million and maybe even 900 million, which would be a third of what I increased the UAL? But depending on those budgets, just the concept of, we had a very large one last year, if there would be room for another extraordinary contribution.
The suggestion